Sorry for the very long starting soon screen. I am here. I exist. Hello. Sorry for the very long starting soon. I decided that I should get some tea because I've got that, that feeling you get like in the back of your nose, the back of your throat. It's like, hey, you might be having a cold soon. Got that feeling. All right. But hello, welcome. How is it going? Lilo underscore underscore. Hello, welcome. So today is Guns chatting stream. We've got guns. Only the finest, and not impractical guns here. For Salad Puncher, hello. What are you screaming about? It's like you've seen horrors beyond your comprehension. But today we've got it, only the most normal guns, clearly. So today we have all guns that are no longer made. Every gun on the table has been discontinued at some point or another. I think, yeah, all of them. None of these are still made. This one is kind of still made in a different format, but as this, it is no longer made. This is the Boberg XR9. The design was bought out by Bond Arms after Boberg went out of business. So you can buy the Bond Arms version if you're okay with huge, obnoxious branding all over it. But the Boberg is no longer made. So this one is very cool. Bullpup pistol. Very nice, very nice. And it is serial number 52. This was the 52nd gun out of the factory, which is very cool. And along with that, we also have the Automag 2, complete with giant caution message written right on the side of the slide there. See if we can see it. There we go. Huge caution message right across the slide. If you thought things like grip zone were bad, that is bad. We also have the UTS 15, which is a shotgun, not an STD. Is a dual magazine tube, similar to the KSG, much more similar to the South African Neosted. Why would a gun have a caution warning? Let's see. We have caution. Capable of firing with magazine removed. Read instruction manual before handling this firearm. Stainless, made in USA. That's what it says on the side of this thing. If it'll focus properly. But most, I guess not most, a lot of guns do have that somewhere, but it's usually like a small, like, read instruction manual. Or just the fires with magazine removed. Like either one of those. And it's usually somewhere more subtle, not big bold letters on the side of the slide. And this last gun here, this is the Taurus CT9. This is their import version of the Taurus SMT, which is used by a few militaries and police agencies in South America and South Asia. It's basically a stamped UMP clone. This is the imported version of it. It's very cool. They're not horribly common, although they are around if you look for them. Let's see. Are there any of these on Gunbroker right now? I can spell Taurus correctly. There is currently on Gunbroker right now a Taurus CT9. Starting bid of $574.99. No one has bid on that, clearly. What does it come with? What does it come with? Item description. Used. Thank you. That was obvious from looking at the pictures. It comes with a single 10-round magazine. That is it. Does it come with... It does come with the factory iron sights, which are just awful, by the way. I do have them for this one, although I took them off because they are giant and obnoxious. Like this iron sight, huge. It is an eyesore monolith. But these are very high quality, probably almost as high quality as something 3D printed. And also, the rear sight on mine is broken. This just kind of flops around freely. It's supposed to kind of lock between an aperture and a kind of more pistol, just notch sight. But instead, it flops around and usually is sitting somewhere in between those, which is wildly not helpful. I still need to, because Taurus is supposed to have an incredible warranty. I need to see if I can call them and have them replace this piece that comes on a gun that is no longer imported. We'll see how that goes. But this CT9, I have been thinking about trying to convert it to the SMT version of the gun. Which looks, well, let's see if I can find a better picture of it than that. The SMT, which looks like... Why are all the pictures of this small? Yeah, fine. We'll just use their website picture. So this is the Taurus SMT. This is the 9mm version. You can tell because it has the curved magazine. They do also make this in 40. The 40 has the straight mag, but this you can put modified Uzi mags into the 9mm, which then obviously would be a straight mag, so a little more UMP-ish. But it's got the kind of a slim Ugg boot stock. It does have these very tall iron sights, which are not wonderful, but they're way better than the import version. The hard part, and probably the most important part, is this stock. If I can zoom in on the image, it seems that the connection points for this stock and the thumbhole stock that the import version comes with are the same, but obviously you have to get hold of this piece. And the fore end is much shorter, obviously. Although, if I was to kind of convert it to an SMT, I think I might, if I can get a hold of the stock at least. If I can get a hold of the SMT stock, I think I would just cut the barrel down, SBR it. Not immediately go for the handguard, because the handguard here, it has the attachment points, so you can put the kind of quad rail on there. It'd just be a bit longer. So if you cut that off there, you kind of have a funny long stamped UMP, Taurus UMP. And then folding stock in the back. You have to get some kind of A1 or A2 style grip, or you could just chop this off. But I think I probably want to keep this as the stock assembly, unmodified, in case for some reason I wanted to put it back on. Besides, if I actually got the stock, you can get a AR grip for like 15 bucks, so. Yeah, there is the Taurus UMP, USC really. But it is stamped. I don't know if you can hear me clicking on it. But it's made out of metal. The receiver is. Obviously, still plastic. Handguard, stock, everything. But, very neat gun that almost nobody knows about. Yeah, let's see. Well, let's see. This gun had the caution warning. Any of the other guns here have some kind of caution warning. The Boberg does not, because the Bobergs are based. The Taurus may. No, it does not. I don't see one. I know I have seen warnings on other guns, but apparently I don't have them around right now. SIG? Does the SIG have it? At least not the commemorative one. Am I going crazy? Am I gaslighting myself into thinking that a caution or a fires without magazine is normal? I know there's other guns that have it. I just apparently don't have any right here. Does the Waifu 11 have one? No? Am I going crazy? Or if I just never bought one? Both of those are possible at the same time. It's not really a either or exclusive. There was something else that another gun company I was gonna try to contact for something. Oh yeah, I was gonna try to contact Robinson, see if there was any chance of ever getting the classic tube stock for the XCR. I doubt it, but I would like one. I want to drink my tea, but it's too hot. I already burned myself on it once. It's for some reason, freshly boiled water burned me, which is it's crazy. Don't know why that happened. This is weird tea. I don't know what it's supposed to taste like. This tea, I don't know, it's like a straight. What was the flavor? It's like the flavor was called Sleigh Ride. But what flavor is that? What does a sleigh ride taste like? Apparently this tea. MXer, hello. Welcome. How is it going? Tea instead of coffee? It's okay. It's okay, don't worry. I heated the mic I heated the water in the microwave because this is America. Doing good? Gonna go to the range in the morning? Very nice. Very nice. What are you planning on taking to the range? Rifles, pistols? Also, more important question. Just as important question. Indoor or outdoor range? Glock 41 and indoor? The Glock 41. Is that the Glock 41? Is that 40 or 45? I don't remember that one. Are grenade launchers allowed at shooting ranges? Um, Probably if you're using like practice rounds, like a chalk round, they'll probably allow that at outdoor ranges. If you have a really cool outdoor range, they might allow like the 36 millimeter like flare flare launcher things. Outdoor range is ran by FUDs and boomers. Indoor range has based RSO. Really? That seems backwards from normal. I guess there is an outdoor range around me that has just horrible, horrible rules. And I feel like usually indoor ranges are a bit more strict, right? At least in my experience. The 41 is 45. Okay. I was a little concerned that you might still be using 40 in 2024. But 45 is it's okay. I'm still waiting for someone to make a 45 pistol that has the same kind of like Black Magic magazine as the SIG P365 they get 17 rounds of 9mm in that like little mag. Like obviously 45. Even if you did the same magic, you would probably only get like 12. But still. Majestic Potato. Howdy. Welcome. Yes, I need to get for this gun. I need to get an American manufactured Uzi mag modify so I can have larger than 10 rounds in this thing. It has to be American made because 922R still exists. And even though it's stupid, it does still exist. Got a CZP10F. SIG 320 goes off by itself. I mean, not by itself. You have to smack it real hard. But I can say that my SIG P320 has never gone off when I didn't want it to. Either with a live round or even just dry fire. I mean, the SIG P320 by non-American Mag, then 3D print a new floor plate, 922R satisfied. I don't think that my 3D printing capabilities are able to 3D print something that'll hold up as a floor plate. But also, the reason that magazines are so good at helping comply with 922R is because the magazine has 3 922R parts, right? It's not just the floor plate. It's the floor plate, the body, and the follower. So, obviously, body, the mag, the floor plate, and the follower. Apparently, it doesn't matter where the spring is made. But this right here is 3 922R parts. What about the spring? I don't know. Apparently the spring isn't real. You want to get a 590 retrograde? If you get the 590 retrograde, you got to get the one with the heat shield and the bayonet lug. Because of course. If you can't put a bayonet on your shotgun, like why even have a shotgun? Or a 1301 because science. The 1301s are nice. I've never shot one, but I've handled one. Like the 1301, the tactical thing. Don't they have the 1301 that's got like it's a weird stock that's got like an optic mount on it? Real strange. The optic, you put like a little like pistol dot on the stock of the shotgun. And so it sits like right in front of your eyeball. But then you have a red dot mount on it, I guess. It was going to be the heat shield and bayonet lug. Very good. Very good. Are there double bayonets for double barrel shotguns? I have seen. Oh, it was at a gun show. Because of course it was. I don't remember what kind of shotgun it was on. It was some kind of semi-automatic shotgun with a quad rail. So it was a semi-automatic shotgun with a quad rail. I don't remember what kind of shotgun it was because it was a long time ago. Um, but on the both sides and the bottom of this shotgun, they had one of those like Picatinny to bayonet mount like attachment things, and this shotgun had three bayonets on it, which was like the most mall ninja thing ever. Is that a 40 cal Taurus carbine? No, it is. This is the 9 millimeter. Um, Generally the straight mags are indicative of the 40 version, but when it's only 10 rounds, it doesn't even get past this weird magazine grip thing to start curving. So this is the 9 millimeter, though 40s do theoretically exist somewhere. I don't know if they ever imported any of the 40s. I've never seen one, but I've seen a few 9 mils, of which there is one on Gunbroker right now. You can have one of these for your very self. It only comes with one 10 round magazine. But look at that. That's a steal right there. 574.99 starting bid. To steal. They are stealing from you. But it's there. Yeah, I just need to find a source for the Taurus SMT stock to put on this. And then cut down the barrel, SBR it. You might be able to actually cut down the barrel to back where it's supposed to be with the super short handguard, and then put a suppressor into this handguard, because this handguard is very thick, very wide handguard. You might be able to effectively make this like an integrally suppressed thing, which now that I'm thinking about it, is pretty tempting. It depends on what the exact geometry of the charging handle and whatnot is going on in there. But integrally suppressed stamped UMP could be interesting. Not really integrally suppressed, just suppressor set back into the handguard, but you have a hacksaw. You can cut barrel for you for a Nebula Rhino. You'll even cut it sober. Wow. You're gonna do it sober. What a deal. That is quite the offer you're giving me there. Although I would also need it threaded. Threaded and crowned, you know? Can your hacksaw also crown barrels? That'd be very impressive, actually. I also don't have a Nebula Rhino to trade, unfortunately. I do need to get one at some point. The problem with buying the Nebula Rhino is that while the set MSRP for the Nebula Rhino and the standard Rhino is not very different, the actual like market price for the Nebula versus the standard Rhinos is wildly different. You're paying like an extra like $200 to $300 for the Nebula instead of the black or the green or stainless or whatever. Use a penny on a drill to crown it? No, no, that would there's no way that works. And pennies are way softer than a barrel. You just you just destroy a penny, right? If you try hard, I don't think I don't think that my willpower is going to change the hardness of the metals that I'm grinding on each other. Although I guess if you had enough pennies, you could switch them out real fast once they kind of ground down a little bit. So they heat up the metal and make it a little softer. What is this? What is this? How to cut and crown your Arsenal AK-74 SLR 104 UR barrel at home. HD. Know if that is, you're gonna will it into existence. Mr. Gunson here. All right, let's see how to cut and crown your barrel at home. How long ago was this? 9 years ago.
I apologize for the bad lighting, guys, but let me explain what you're actually looking at here. Here we have, obviously, the 104 with the thread protector still left on there. Two reasons for that. Number one, it covers up the threads, obviously, so there's no chance that we could damage it. And number two, it gives you an index point. Now, I added a washer on there just to sort of give me some space, because like I said, I'm not sure, honestly, if this is going to work. So what that's going to do is it's going to give me about 2 millimeters.
I like that.
I'm
not sure if this is going to work,
as
but
well as the
we're going to
washer,
try it.
Off of the end of the barrel, so that way if I do jack it up, I can take it to a gunsmith. So I was planning originally on using a hacksaw with this, but I'm lazy,
hacksaw.
and but my plan was to use a hacksaw and just kind of ride the edge of the washer all the way down, which I'd imagine would work just fine. However, I do have a Dremel tool, so we're gonna see how that works. The issue with the Dremel tool that I'm kind of just thinking off the top of my head is I'm gonna actually have to cut a little bit further out due to the angle. But if you guys have wider cutting wheels, which I know some of you guys do, I'm sure that would work just fine.
Oh man, this
Honestly,
is some
I don't know how it's
Bubba
gonna work as well
gunsmithing
with
right
the
here.
Hammer Forged barrel, but we're gonna see. Throughout the video, I'm just gonna fast forward through parts that are monotonous. So I'm gonna try cutting into it here, and then you'll probably see where I come to here in just a second.
Oh, we get epic cutting music. His cut is going to be at an angle. Oh.
Well, now we have an SBR, as you can see
is
here.
not-
The barrel's chopped off, but completely uneven. If you were to shoot it like that, your accuracy would be horrible. You'd have all kinds of issues. Your bullet would be tumbling, and you'd probably be getting some strikes on the bullet itself, just because all those jagged edges. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use a grinding tool with the Dremel there, just to sort of try to even it up. And what you want here, guys, is a 90-degree angle. So I have a 90-degree angle tool that
You
I'll be able to
probably
put on
could
the
get a
face
better
there
90
to be
degree
able
angle with a
to
hacksaw.
ensure that I'm doing that. But initially, I'm just going to kind of want to grind a little bit
It'll
down
probably
just to
take
make it a little
longer.
bit shorter. Again, the washer's there to protect it and make sure I don't go too far.
Oh,
Not sure how well that comes across due to the bad lighting, but the face here
that's
is
still not
getting
good.
close to square. I'm going to use a hand file at this point
There.
to really get
That is
the
a
edges
circle,
just right.
sir. Oh. I hate it so much. Piled over a
So with
thousand
the hand
times.
file, I got it down to where we're at a 90-degree angle. A few off wires, areas that are sort of not even, but those are on the edge, and that's just from where I cut it down with the Dremel tool. I don't think that'll affect anything. We're going to see. But what I'm going to do now is just polish up the metal surfaces there before we move on to the crowning. If you hear my dogs walking around, I apologize,
I
but
want
they're
to
out here being
see
assistant
what
gunsmiths today.
Bubba method he's going to use
So
for crowning.
at least YouTube
After
internet
seeing him use a
gunsmiths.
Dremel and a
So
hand file
what
to
we're
cut
going to
down
do
his
here is
barrel.
just polish it up. I just have some Mother's polish and just a polishing wheel. And we're going to get sort of the, you know, the nastiness that the file left on there out of there.
It's definitely not. It's still not an even cut.
Now that we've got it polished out to a reasonable polish on there, I'm going to use some valve grinding compound and just a wood brass screw, as you can see here, because we're trying to use stuff we have around here to avoid paying for a gunsmith. So if this doesn't work, obviously that's what we're going to do. But in the meantime, we will try it with this. Now this stuff here is, as you can see there, maybe if I can get it on camera, valve grinding compound, basic stuff. You know, I just got it at AutoZone. So we're going to use that, and you're going to have to use it liberally because this is what's actually going to do the grinding as opposed to the screw. In terms of which screw to use, it's kind of your choice. It's just got to be a little bigger than the bore, which this one is just fine in that category. So let's get to it. We'll just keep adding the compound because you don't want the barrel, which is obviously much harder than a brass screw, to become ground down, because it will happen if you don't use lots and lots of valve grinding compound.
So it's using some kind of grinding compound. Oh, he's going back out over the cut barrel end again.
You can see there the screw is starting to get a little kind of groove in it around the bore. So you just keep using that valve grinding compound. So that way we'll get our angle there.
If only there was a tool that was made specifically for this.
One thing to point out when you're doing this, the rounded nature of the screw and the grinding is going to make you sort of kind of want to just jam it straight in there, but that's not what you want to do. You can do that initially to get a start, but what you want to do after that is just kind of work your drill
If you've
around
learned
in a
anything in this
circular
video
motion,
so far,
so that way
it's
the wear
to
doesn't
send
happen
to
in
a
the same place
professional.
on the screw. So just kind of like this.
I mean, Mr. Guns and Gear, he's a professional YouTuber now. So, you send it to him, you're sending it to a professional. Professional
You want to
gunsmith?
keep it, you know, generally a circular pattern around the bore, so that way
I don't
the
know.
crown is even. So we got a pretty good crown on there. It really took probably 5 minutes of real time to actually work that screw around there, and the screw's pretty much gone down to nothing. But the crown looks pretty decent, at least at this point. Who knows if it's really symmetrical. The real test for that is going to be on the range, obviously. But one thing you need to do, or I recommend doing whenever you do a crown, to make sure that there's no
I
burrs or
definitely
anything
want
in
it
there,
to be symmetrical.
is just run a Q-tip in there. So it runs in, it comes out just fine. Nothing's sticking to it, which is exactly what you want. There's a little bit of grinding compound still in there. Keep in mind as well, guys, that you definitely want to clean your barrel completely, like thoroughly after this to make sure there's no metal shavings or anything in there,
Yeah, just shoot some
because
rounds
that
through it.
could
It'll clear
cause
it out.
some damage to the barrel when you start sending rounds down range with that in there. So, but yep, you can see there, goes in, comes out, no cotton is stuck. The only thing we got there is some grinding compounds. So that's exactly what you want. So again,
I
the
guess
real
no
test
cotton sticking is a good
is going to be out on the range.
good test. That he used a penny? Must have seen. I mean, I guess if you're using a bunch of grinding compound,
Time to see
there's
if
no
that
reason
jerry
you
rig
couldn't
job
use
is
a
going to
penny.
actually perform. So right now we got some 7N6 in the rifle. I also brought out some Red Army Standard to
If you're not
test
using
a
the
couple
grinding
different weights.
compound, then the
And
penny's
I've already
not
zeroed the
gonna do
rifle.
much
I
anything.
did a real quick zero at 25 meters, and we had zero keyholing at all. So I moved the target out to 50 meters to see if we see any difference out at a little bit different distance, because the bullet theoretically could start tumbling or whatever past a certain distance. So for right now, I'm just going to test it at 50 meters. If this works out, I'm going to take a little bit more off the barrel and just recrown it again to get it a little bit tighter with the front sight block. But
Yeah, just crown the barrel
I
again.
suppose the
That's
proof
all.
will be in
That's the
pudding anyway.
problem.
I'm not going to do any sort of
That's all you need to do.
accuracy shooting. I'm just going to shoot the paper so we can see how the bullets are impacting.
All right, 50 yards. Iron sights.
Trying to hold a little left there.
Not wonderful.
Put the Red Army Standard in there and then go down and check it out.
It's not. You just covered up half that target.
Well, a couple things are interesting there. Number one, we had no keyholing at all.
No
you can see
keyholing
nice impact holes all the way around.
is honestly
both rounds.
surprising.
I was holding basically right here with the 7N6, and then with the Red Army Standard right here. Again, real quick, I wasn't really going for precision here, but you can see the different points of impact with the different weights. That's kind of
I also
interesting.
can say I wasn't going for precision.
This is going to be the end of the
And then
video,
just
guys.
shoot shots all
like I said,
over
I'm
the
going to
place.
actually remove a little bit more of that barrel to get it a little bit tighter in there, recrown it, and then after that, we'll start shooting the footage for part 2. But obviously, it's a little redneck. It's a little ghetto,
what's part 2?
But multiple reports online have said that this method works. It seems to work. So that's about it, guys. If you have any questions, you can post
What is he going to do
in
in
the comment
part
section.
2?
You can also post
Do I
over
even
at my
want to know?
Facebook page as always. But thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for subscribing, and I hope to see you in the next video.
I mean, at least with the muzzle device on there, you can't see it, which is a big plus. Well, I mean, I guess it works. They have a beta mag in that. AK beta mag. That's gotta be so awkward to stuff in there. Also, I'm definitely not one to report a video. But isn't it against YouTube TOS to manufacture an SBR? Not going to dwell on that too long. But but isn't that true? Oh, it's very interesting. I mean, I guess if it works, it works. It depends on when the video was uploaded. Yeah, but whenever YouTube has changed any of their firearm policies in the past, nothing has been grandfathered in. That's why you hear about the gun tubers having to take down a bunch of videos in the past or go back and edit them. Like PSR had to basically wipe his channel. Forgotten Weapons had to go back and censor out and modify a bunch of videos, and like Demolition Ranch and the other big gun tubers had to do that as well. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm definitely not against it being there, but if you put it up there now, I don't think it would be allowed. I also could be wrong. This is also a possibility. Because even though I've never been wrong in the past, it could happen theoretically at some point. Clearly. On the topic of firearm modification, you get an AMD 65 Tech cheek riser or the JMac 1913 adapter for your AMD. What is the JMac one? Hold on. I don't know what the JMac one looks like. (1913) folding mech. Why is their website so not good? It's just the what do we got? The Picatinny attaching folding thingy. $150. The the AMD 65, the Tech cheek riser. It's gonna be a little less tactical looking. So the oh my goodness, the AMD 65 Tech website is even worse than the JMac one. Now available in Baril cheek riser. Look look at hold on. Look at how horrible this website is. This is the JMac one. Look at this product picture over here on the right. I don't have this cropped down side to side for stream at all. You can see the scroll bar over here. Half the product picture is cut off. Like, what are they doing? Like, you can see it here, it only goes to like just past this gap. You can't see any of this. Oh, oh, it's so bad. And if you zoom out, like it kind of slowly scoots over. Now the whole thing's in page. Can't read any of that. Their margins are just set up terribly. Different page. Wait, why is this one $80 cheaper? Is this just the adapter, or does it come with the stock? The stock is in all the pictures. Kind of am assuming it comes. Why on this product page can I see the whole product picture? Hold on. Just the adapter? What is it adapting to? Just from 1913 to whatever that pattern is? AMD 65s are so weird and cool. I like them. I think this one's okay. Obviously, it's gonna also come down to what stock you put on it. And that I don't like how they put that 1913 Picatinny rail in there. I don't like it. Um, Obviously, I think the best choice would be to just put a different rear trunnion in there. That's also the most expensive choice. Why? Some of these, this one's unfinished, but it doesn't have their giant logo on it. All the rest of them have finished with the giant logo. And this one doesn't. That one's unfinished. So is that one. It's like half and half. The like unfinished or the finished but with their giant logo on it. I don't know. Personally, I think the Picatinny rail like stock attachments, unless you get one of the ones that's like specifically made for it that covers up all of the Picatinny little slots, they look weird. Like these ones where you can still see the Picatinny rail, I'm not a huge fan. But if you use a stock that actually will cover all the Picatinny rails, it look a little more natural. I have an example actually. All right, so on the Brownells, the BRN 180, on the back of this, it has the Picatinny adapter, or I guess it's not an adapter, it's just a Picatinny rail, just on the back of it. But the stock covers up all of the Picatinny parts. So there's no extra Picatinny slots sticking out, which I like quite a bit. But you can see there's the two slot Picatinny attachment, but it covers up all four of the Picatinny slots. So if you're gonna do a Picatinny stock, I'd be sure that the stock covered up all the Picatinny. Obviously, this is pure personal preference. But if I was going to do it, oh, if I was going to do it, the first choice would be to just take it to a fancy gunsmith and have him put a different trunnion in there. But who knows? I also have never done that before, and I don't know how much it costs. You're a fancy Bubba gunsmith? Oh, a fancy Bubba. Does that mean that your Dremel is actually Dremel brand instead of like Harbor Freight brand? Then a name brand Dremel, very fancy. I also have a Dremel name brand Dremel. Have I ever used it on an actual gun before? I don't think so. I've used it on a holster before. I think that's the closest thing I've used it onto an actual gun. I gotta think. Have I actually Dremeled a gun before? I have not. I have one that I am planning on Dremeling once I actually get around to doing the NFA stuff. My underfolder AK has the like pin and weld barrel extension nonsense on it. So whenever I SBR that one, gotta Dremel that off. Other than plans to do it, I don't think I've ever Dremeled a gun. Huh, interesting. I am officially not a Bubba gunsmith because I've never used a Dremel on a gun yet. My guns stay in the condition that they were purchased in. All right. So there was.
What do you know about
There's a video. There's a video that I wanted to watch earlier. I think I saw it yesterday, right before I was going to bed. I didn't watch it because I was going to bed. What? Excuse me. Can we Dremel the hideous bulbous magwell on the PCC? What? You don't like the magwell? The magwell is beautiful. I mean, it's not. It's pretty bad looking. But the SMT also has that. It's not just something they did for the import CT9. Let's me think. Yeah, this weird magwell grip texture thing is actually on the guns that are used by military and police. That is how it's supposed to be. Even though it's really weird. Alright, but oh, go back. I saw this video last night I didn't get to watch it. So now we're going to watch it on the stream. We're going to be a reaction Andy.
What do you know about the Unabomber?
The Unabomber.
Well, the Unabomber, or as we now know him as Ted Kaczynski, killed 3 people and injured 23 in an almost 20-year mail bombing campaign, making him one of the most wanted domestic terrorists in American history. When he was finally caught and arrested in 1996, his cabin was raided and then later seized, and in Ted Kaczynski's possession was found a number of firearms, including one interesting one in particular.
How do you seize a whole cabin?
Seized.
Why would you seize a whole cabin? What?
And in Ted Kaczynski's possession was found a number of firearms, including one interesting one in particular, a hand-built single-shot .22 caliber pistol, labeled "Pistol for Homicide." Teddy K was not one to beat around the bush. This pistol was obviously
He named this gun Pistol for Homicide?
seized by the FBI, but I found it to be a very interesting piece of American history, firearm history, and just all around really cool. But since it's a one-of-a-kind firearm that's probably sitting somewhere next to wherever the government keeps the Ark of the Covenant, there was no way we were ever going to get our hands on it, which is why we decided to replicate it. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are looking at the Ted Kaczynski Unabomber pistol.
Ooh. Is that a belt
Now, when I
clip?
say Ted Kaczynski's pistol was handmade, I mean it was literally handmade. These are the tools the man had access to. I mean, the man's not even rocking a DeWalt drill. It's a lot of hand tools, files, hand crank drills. The only real pieces of modern technology that he borrowed from be this right here. This right here is a Crosman 130 air pistol, and it was the barrel and action of this that he borrowed to make the guts of his handmade pistol. See, it's a .22 caliber pump air pistol, but the thing is, the rifling that they use on this air pistol is the same rifling that you would use in a .22 LR. So he just bored out the chamber for an actual .22 long rifle and then made an actual functional bolt behind it and built the pistol around that. Just for funsies, you load in the round there, push it in, rotate and lock it, and then we're gonna pump this 6 times. Aim, pull the trigger, and enjoy.
It is pretty cool looking.
Not enough for
an air
homicide. I'll let you debate how much of a step up .22 LR is over something like this, but nonetheless, that's what he chose. But the neat part about these is that they're not regulated as firearms because it's an air gun, meaning you can just buy one and get it sent to your house in the mail.
He was apparently opening his mail in his office at about 8:15 when the bomb went off.
So now that you know a little bit more about how this gun came to be, let's talk about how to load it. So first off, you might notice this lever here, as if this were a bolt action.
Oh.
So one might think that you rotate this
belt
up
clip
and pull this lever back. That's not, in fact, how this works. Kind of puts uneven tension on our striker here, so realistically, you just have to pull that back first and cock the gun before you can pull this lever up, and it just kind of freely goes to the back. Next, we take our off-the-shelf .22 long rifle ammunition and put it in the chamber here. Take our bolt, slam it forward, and it rotates down.
It's more like a linear hammer than a striker.
So that the bolt can't come flying back under the immense recoil of .22 LR. Now you can see we've got a
look. You've got the striker in here. So this is just a linear hammer. I mean, I guess it works.
Loaded gun, our firing pin is right here, sitting out from behind the bolt so that when the striker comes forward, it's going to smack that firing pin, igniting the rimfire .22 LR cartridge and committing murder. Sights are remarkably okay. This pistol and its consequences will be a disaster for this guy in 3, 2, 1.
Hey,
here you go.
Actually hit the target.
Now we pull our striker back again, unlock it, and unfortunately, there is no extractor in this gun. So, thanks, sir.
Get a knife.
We'll need a, this is just an AK cleaning rod, sort of rod to put down the front of the barrel to knock out the fired casing. There you go. And we are good to reload. So let's do all that together again. So you pull back on this, unlock the bolt, Drop your round into place. Push the bolt
new,
forward.
New EDC, anyone?
Lock it, and then boom, fire. So really not too bad as long as you have access to a dowel rod. So is it fast? No. Does it work? I mean, that guy thinks so.
One shot at a time.
This is normally where I'd make some tongue-in-cheek reference to sdi.edu down in the description in the pinned comment, but Ted Kaczynski didn't exactly have a thing for college professors. So Zach is actually our head gunsmith over at AKG, and he really took lead on kind of reverse engineering and bringing this gun back to life. So on a scale of 1 to 10,
You just reverse
in
engineer
comparison
it
to
from
other projects
pictures?
on the channel, how hard?
It's not particularly difficult. It just took a ton of time.
Just tedious.
Yeah, if I had to put a number on it, 1 to 10, I'd say it's probably like a 5 or a 6. We wound up using pretty much every tool in the shop to make this thing in order to, cheat a little and not make it entirely by hand.
You mean you didn't use a hand crank drill?
No,
No,
we don't have a.
not clone correct. Garbage.
Damn.
Speaking of Ted Kaczynski, I had a package come in. Let's see what's inside.
Yeah, it's definitely tech pack.
SOG Knives. Radiant Sharp. Check out to get
Alright.
your free $60 tactical box.
What surprised you the most about it?
The most tricky part of the whole thing that got me off guard was this whole striker assembly. You'd see this thing's very crude and janky looking. We got a big lead
It
cast
is
weight at the back.
definitely
But
crude
what
and
surprised me
janky.
about it was how many tries it took to get this thing to reliably ignite cartridges.
Just a lot of friction on the underside there.
Yeah, the striker's kind of right in between, sandwiched between two pieces of wood, which is not great. Wood on metal tends to be kind of sticky. So we wound up putting pieces of brass in there to get it to glide more smoothly. We had to change the spring in here. We had to lengthen the striker, make a new firing pin like 3 times. It was surprisingly difficult.
ADD break. So both of these pistols are technically 22 caliber, but let's see just how much more energy is delivered by the Ted Kaczynski pistol than his air pistol that he started with. So first off, we're gonna
That air
load
pistol-
the air pistol.
The profile kind of reminds me of like a
Lock it there.
Ruger like Mark II or something.
Pump it 6 times.
Except for the pump handle,
I
obviously.
don't know if that's the amount of times you're supposed to pump it, but it seems to make this pistol happy. Okay, air pistol, firing in 3, 2, 1. So for 350 feet per second, we're actually able to make a little pinprick hole there in the front, and it had enough energy to rip out the back. Let's see what 22 LR does.
Make a trade.
Make trade. All right, so let's pull this back here. Load the gun.
It's so janky. I
Good
love
girl.
it.
Pistol for
The more you pump, the happier it
self-defense
is.
in 3, 2, 1.
You don't want to overstimulate it though.
You know, it's moments like these I completely forgot I had no ear pro, and now I'm gonna have to sleep with the fan on a little higher setting tonight. It's really not that bad. It's only 22 LR, but that's a no-no. Don't do that at home. I get complacent sometimes, and that's not good. Do as I say, not as I do. Legitimately, kids at home, if you think it's cool to not wear ear pro at the range, I kind of thought so too when I was a young teenager, and we were just shooting shotguns or just
Luckily-
shooting 22s, and now I have like beyond military grade tinnitus. So please wear
Luckily,
your
I
pro.
always
All
have
right,
been
so
pretty decent
significantly more energy
about hearing
here.
protection.
We don't just have a pinhole out the front, we have dramatically more energy transferred onto target. I say dramatically, it's still at 22, but you can definitely see the difference between an air gun that's traveling
All of
at
that
roughly,
can
I
is
don't
still
know,
attached to
350,
itself.
400 feet per
So that
second,
is
and a full power 22 long
good.
rifle. You, the guy she told you not to worry about. Now there are photos of this gun that you can see on Google Images and things, especially when this was part of an FBI
they
touring
reverse
museum
engineer this
where
just
you could go in
purely
and see it.
from
But the problem with trying to replicate
the
this gun is
pictures
that
on
you could
Google
only
Images?
see the gun from certain angles, and it really wasn't enough to go on. So we actually reached out directly to the FBI. After a couple of months of correspondence, it's honestly a very long story, but after paying a couple of interns, we actually got access to several photos of this pistol that don't exist anywhere else, at least not for public consumption anywhere on
very
the
fancy.
internet. So the photos you're now seeing on screen are actually photos that are kind of an exclusive. These are the first time that anybody who didn't have access to those archives are seeing these pictures of the Ted Kaczynski pistol, which I think is really
Wow.
cool. I'm also going to be
That
posting
is very-
pictures over
that
on
is very
social
cool.
media, Twitter, stuff like that, just so you can save them and share them around as you see fit. So at the end of the day, we just want to preserve history. But thanks to some of these pictures,
the
we were able to get a
government
much
can
more
stop hating its
complete
citizens.
picture of what this gun was and how it worked.
Yeah, right.
I can't actually show you
And
the
pass the
building
Hearing
of the
Protection
gun
Act.
because, well, let's just say that I've learned my lesson about posting homemade gun tutorials on YouTube. Well, we actually have a complete special on how we built this gun available now on
Lasagna.
Pepperbox. Our own
Lasagna
streaming
where?
platform that we built to be able to post uncensored stuff where we're free from, the restrictions of YouTube, where I can description and pin comment if you really want to check out the inner guts of this thing. But thanks to the photos that we had, the tools that are available to us, and of course, modern 3D
fridge.
CAD modeling software, we were able to pretty faithfully recreate
sounds pretty good.
the gun. And yes, I am fully aware of
I
the
could go
irony
for some lasagna
of
right
using 3D CAD software on a modern computer to recreate the Unabomber handmade cabin pistol. The irony's not lost on me.
One of the things I noticed when we were going through all the pictures is at one point in the FBI's possession, they've Sharpied a giant case number on the side of the barrel.
Fucking course they
I
did.
meant to do that to get it a little bit closer, but I forgot.
We'll do it later to be officially clone correct when we put it on the wall.
Yeah, the things we do for clone.
Now, something else that you had mentioned before, something I didn't know about, was he was also making a suppressor for this.
now. Oh,
Yeah, he said in his journal that he made a
Wood
homemade
suppressor?
something
I've
along
been in
the
the wood
lines of
suppressor.
it reduced the sound by about a third, which is not as much as he would have liked, but it was functional. Unfortunately, we don't have any pictures or info on it. My guess is that it was, some sort of oil filter, ghetto rig
do you attach
suppressor.
it?
The
It's
FBI
not
may not have
threaded.
even recognized it when they went through his stuff.
One would have thought it would have been a red flag to be going through Ted Kaczynski's stuff and see an oil filter despite no car. But hey.
Yeah, so speaking of car parts, that's where most
It
of this
must have
gun
just like
came from.
clamped onto the end.
Ted also said in his journal that much of the gun was constructed from various abandoned cars around his property. I don't know who abandons cars up in the mountains of Montana to have enough to scrounge together into this, but that's what he said.
It's like what kind of car parts?
Uh-huh.
Like the
A
bolts
car has a
and
lot of
shit
metal
like that
pieces
here up
in it.
front, or
You could probably make that out
so
of just
there's
one
little
abandoned car.
various brackets, and like this castle nut probably came off of like a tie rod end. There's this little thing there came out of a steering mechanism of some kind.
and
Would
most
you
of the stuff
Sharpie
is
the
just
barrel
here to be a
as
spacer.
opposed to the
Yeah,
wood?
yeah, all this weird stuff stacked up here is just to give tension between the metal bits
That's a
and the
great
wood bits to
question.
keep it all sandwiched
Wonderful
together
question.
firmly. Then there's just all these weird shape, weird size brackets that I figure are like
I don't know, they
hose brackets
probably
off a car or something like that.
Yeah, no,
they probably were trying to mark wherever the receiver would be. And I guess they decided that
I
The
think you did an awesome
receiver
job
was
at
the
like trying to
barrel?
figure out,
I don't
you
know.
know, you just see
That's the only reason I
screws on
can
the
think
side of the
of.
gun and you have to figure out like what the fuck are these screws for? Because there's a lot going on the inside of this gun that's pretty complex that I guess you could see on Pepperbox because we can't show here, but it's pretty not intuitive.
It's kind of like doing detective work where you can see the outside of the gun and you know, ammo's got to go in there somewhere. There's got to be a firing pin somewhere, et cetera, et cetera. And you just got to kind of make parts and then figure out how they fit together and figure out what you did wrong and redo it. But yeah,
That's crazy.
it was especially difficult because this gun is very unlike any other firearm out there.
I specifically ordered next day air. Anyway, the Unabomber pistol. It's a really cool handgun, and truly, it's a really cool piece of history, even if it's a particularly dark one. Ted Kaczynski's an interesting guy. There's a lot to him, especially when it comes to some of the MK
That's-
Ultra
that's a
stuff,
way to
some of the
put it.
declassified
He's an
things
interesting guy.
revolving around his life and all that entailed. Purely for history's sake, I would encourage you to read The Industrial Revolution and Its Consequences. It's a good read if you've never looked through it, and honestly, remarkably based.
For-
But I think it's a great
for
example of how you
historical
can
knowledge,
agree
of
with
course.
somebody on a lot of the problems while disagreeing on the solutions. Because at the end of the day, mailing bombs and killing innocent civilians is, controversial take here, bad. But I think it's important that we don't censor history like that. Because while it's not my job to filter history and things that have happened, I do enjoy preserving it. This is a cool passion project we've been working on for a little while behind the scenes. I'm glad to finally be able to bring it to you. If you enjoy stuff like this and
That
you'd
thing
like
is
to see
so
more of
ugly.
this style of content on the channel, let me know down in the comments. If
I
you're new
might buy
around here,
one.
consider subscribing. If you've been here for a while, we appreciate you. Thank you guys so much for watching all the way to the end of the video. And as always, I will see you sexy YouTube.
Hold on. These guys are a licensed FFL, which means that somewhere on this gun They are required to mark the manufacturer and assign it a serial number on the receiver. Which part is the receiver? We're asking the gun autist questions here. As an FFL, they're required to mark this, the manufacturer and serial number, because it is a firearm, which means that some part of this gun is officially the receiver. You don't think they have to mark it unless they want to sell? They do. They have to. Manufacturers, licensed manufacturers, are required to mark the receiver, any receivers that they make. Which random plate of metal in this is the receiver? Also, hello Matilda, welcome. How's it going? But was it made by the shop or by Brandon personally? I was the shop. Because this right here is actually
Somewhere there's got to be a firing
where
pin
they were
somewhere.
talking about the process. Obviously, they can't show it because it's YouTube, but the process of reverse engineering it and making and remaking parts. They also at some point said that they used the shop's tools because they didn't want to use the Cabin in the Woods tools for some reason. But I don't know. Questions. Not like important questions, but questions. Probably if I was willing to go pay for Pepperbox and watch how they actually made it, it probably would say there somewhere. Or you could probably just see it somewhere. Like, look at me. Oh, look, there's some engravings or some stampings or something. It was made in their shop by his team of guys. You ever opened a shop? All of your serial numbers would start with FATF. Wait for the pepperoni leak. So if you start like a firearms manufacturer, you need to have all your serial numbers be a mix of only the characters, because they're all going to be uppercase. You've got 0, O, 1, I, 5, and S. Just all those. Only those letters. All your serial numbers. You can have serial number 0I 5S1. There are some places where you can get like custom requested serial numbers done. I think that if you order a custom platypus, the 2011 that takes Glock mags, I think there's an option to have your own custom serial number on there. I know there is for a lot of the places that do the like rebuilds from parts kits. A lot of them will do custom serial numbers. Your dad's 4570 has a custom serial number from Henry? I don't think Henry does that anymore, but I have seen those before. Because at a gun shop I've seen a Henry with like a last name and then like a year to commemorate something. Canned bread. Hello, welcome. You came here once? You saw my funny Brazilian carbine? Yes, we do have a funny Brazilian carbine here. The weird American import one. Because I have, as of yet, not been able to source the proper folding stock. Probably mostly because of the lack of effort that I've put into that. But maybe someone will just mail me one out of the blue, and and then I'll have one. But you hate these things down here? Along with the 24/7, we're jamming all the time. This one, the SMT/CT9. Interesting. They should be reasonably reliable, and they are just direct blowback 9mm. Yes, interesting. I don't know, there's not there's not enough of these in the States for there to be good performance reviews about them. But I've never had a problem with it. Of course, I do only have the little 10-round import mags, but you think it was the submachine gun ones that were jamming? I can see that. Yeah, this one I do need to do some work on. If anyone knows where I can get the proper folding stock to put back here, that would be wonderfully appreciated. Because I know that a version of these with the folding stock is sold. A few places in South America. They also sell them in the Philippines and South Africa with the folding stock. It's basically this, except instead of the funny thumbhole stock, they have the folding stock. But so I need someone to internationally ship me the proper folding stock to put on my Taurus carbine. Just go to Brazil. Gabe's in the Philippines. That's true. That is true. I also don't know if it's something, if it's just a part that they will supply. I need to call them anyways to see if they'll replace my iron sights. My plastic sights. They're not made out of any kind of metal. Maybe they'll tell me. Maybe I'll get some super cool customer service representative. Probably not, but it's possible. Yeah, maybe I'll message Shotgun Gabe, see if he can somehow get the stock for me and ship it across the ocean for me. I need some American-made Uzi mags that I can modify to work in this thing. that part probably will lead to unreliability. Because magazines are a lot of what lead to unreliability problems just in general. And there's no way that modifying a magazine to go in a gun it wasn't made for could possibly lead to reliability issues. No way that could happen, ever. I'm sitting here jammed to the music. This is not good streamer behavior. Zoning out to the music. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the CT9, like the Philippines version. CT9G2. Is it? Yeah, that's it. We found it. First try. So this is... Okay, well that did not help. So this is the Philippine version of this gun. So this, it has the full length mag. It actually has the quad rail section on the sides there. The American one does not. It has the better iron sights. The ones that are still large and obnoxious, but not terrible. Scam. 7600. I forgot what their money unit is called. 1300 USD. What are you implying? Philippine, oh, it's just the Philippine peso. That's easy to remember. So are you possibly implying that you wouldn't pay $1,300 for a Taurus PCC? Is that what you're implying? You'd also have to pay for the registration. The FA registration. I don't know what that means, but we're civilian registration 5 years. Now we're gonna have this thing for 10 years, which adds another 6,500 pesos. You wouldn't pay $1,300 for HK USC? That's good, because places are clearing them out for like 900 bucks now. I think Palmetto State had like a special like weekend sale on the USC for like 850 or something. Got a link? $900 USC? I've seen them on sale for 900. I was right after HK announced that they were doing their rifles in their new factory in the US. Let's see a few of them here. Sportsman's Warehouse. 1,500. What a no. 12. Palmetto State's currently out of them. Maybe their rush to dump them kind of slowed down since HK said it was going to be a a few years since they were till they were gonna make them anyways. Lowest you've seen is 1K. Let's see. Let's see. Cabela's has them for 12. There was a while ago that they were lower, 1,900, not 1,900, 1,000 or 900. HK scam. Yeah, the USC. There's no way that thing costs very much to make. Because the whole point of the USC was to make a very easy to produce, very affordable little SMG. So if I was to guess, and this is just a guess, I would think that it costs HK at most, this like absolute high end, like $200 to make the USC. Those 1K sold out, came back in stock for 1,100, then sold out again. Why? Why are people still buying that horrible import USC? HK is going to make not quite as horrible of a one in the US. Obviously, we don't know exactly quite how not as horrible yet, because they haven't made them yet. Collectors? Why? I guess. The only import restricted HK that I want is the old version of the SL8. The one that has the longer rail up top, and it's nice and gray. HK addicted soy boys and scalpers. I can definitely see scalpers going for that. And the HK addicts. The HK collectors. Quick, we gotta buy the bad one before they start making a slightly better one. So that we can have all the versions of it. For my custom at-home HK gray room, full of absolute nonsense. You two would like the OG SL8? Yeah, the OG SL8's pretty cool. What would make it cooler is if just stay exactly how it was, but take the regular full-size magazine. That'd be nice. I would probably buy the current SL8 if the only change was that it took the regular double stack mag. Like that's all they would need to change for me to buy it. Just have it come with like a, I don't know, standard magwell size with a little itty bitty 10 round double stack mag. You could even still put a single stack mag in there if you wanted to. Just make it so I can put the double stack mag in there. That's all HK has to do to get me looking to buy one of those. But they don't. You gotta do with that little single stack, extra skinny, super hard to modify mag. It's awful. It's awful. It's gross. I do need to get more HK guns. Not because I'm an HK addict soy boy, but they are iconic. Anyone who says that they're not iconic is lying. But the only HK that I have is the VP70. And I want to get one that's actually like good. Not that the VP70 is unreliable. It's just not good. It works every time. The gun's never malfunctioned. Not a single time. But it's not good. Very practical guns? Yes, yes. Every gun on the table is practical. You've got the 15 round double magazine tube shotgun, the 10 round very long and unwieldy Taurus PCC, a very small bullpup pistol, and a semi-automatic 22 Magnum pistol. This one is unironically probably the most practical gun on the table. Taurus, yeah. We do got the Taurus. I mean, it's a UMP or USC clone, except with stamped metal instead of plastic, but water optic rail. They're better than the current OEM SL8. The current OEM SL8 is probably the worst of the SL8s. All you can get, oh, sold out. Rail only. $150. You even get to pay the HK tax on the not HK brand stuff for HKs. Oh, that's so tall. The current version of the SL8 is probably the worst version of the SL8. The shorter rail does make it quite a bit better, though. I will give them that. 150 is quite a bit, but for a custom machined part, which it is a custom machined part. It's not actually bad. If I got a current SL8 for some reason, I probably would get something like this. Ultra low profile. I don't know about ultra low profile. I also don't like the look. I don't like the look of the cantilever mount on a rail that doesn't need a cantilever mount. I don't know why. I don't like it. I don't like the cantilever when you don't need it. I also have the barrel shroud for the USC. Like a more proper looking one. They've got a lot of very niche stuff. What is that? PS90 accessories. What is it though? What is that? Oh, mod light mount? Does that go on the front? Yeah, that does. That's going on the front of your hand stop. I don't want to put my finger up there. Weird. You have a buddy who has a Tommy built SL8. Getting modified to proper looking gun. Pretty neat. The Tommy built SL8 to either XM8 or G36 are very cool. I wish I had the money to do that. Back when. Ugh, I don't like it. Ugh. Just SBR it. Yeah, 85, 85 plus shipping. You're already halfway to the tax stamp anyways. Just just SBR it. Too bad Tommy went all in on the T7 and isn't doing new conversions for the indefinite future. Yeah, big sad. There's another company that's, I don't remember what they're called. What's There's another company that's doing Black Ops Defense is also doing the SL8 to G36 conversions. The problem is that they are not. Hold on. Find a picture of one. There it is. Let's get a Tommy built one to compare it to. What do you mean you need my birthday? 4/20, 1969. The date of birth must be a valid birthday? Guys, nobody was born on 4/20, 1969. Not a single person. What do you mean? Can I not put any date that ends in 1969? Nobody was born in 1969? Oh no. They don't even have pictures on it. I went through all this work to get to this page and it doesn't even have pictures of their conversions? Shake my head. Shaking my head. Right. Google Images can help me. What? Open the picture. Oh my goodness, I just want to view the picture. Thank you. Okay. All right, there we go. So here's the Tommy built conversion. This is pretty good, pretty good. The part I want you to focus on when we go to the other one is the part right here where it goes from the receiver to the stock. The Black Ops Defense one, they don't do any receiver work here. So while this is more G36 looking, it's got like an extra 2 inches of receiver before the stock starts. Like the length of pull on this is going to be longer. Like this it it's not, no. It doesn't look good. Like this there needs to be work done to scoot this in. And I know that is a lot of work. And the work is expensive. Which is why the Tommy built conversions were expensive. But this is I mean, someone spent a lot of money on this. Because even after you buy the SL8, the parts and the conversion, it's still expensive. But if I'm going to be spending that much money anyways, I don't want it to come out looking like some stepchild with extra toes. Like, no. It's not. It's no. I don't like it. I don't like it. Like Black Ops Defense, their other conversions, like the USC, UMP, they've got some other ones too. Their other conversions, fine. They're okay. But this, I don't know. I can't do it. I don't like it. You gotta do the work on the back of the receiver. You can't just slap this thing on there. You gotta take some of the receiver back. Gross. It's gross. I don't like it. I don't like it. If there were any of you who were thinking about doing that, I wouldn't tell you not to do it. I would, however, uh, strongly urge you to consider whether it's worth the money to have a gun that doesn't quite look right at the end. I would never tell you not to do it, because it's your money, and you can do whatever you want with it. But I think they look weird. But hopefully it's not going to matter for very much longer. Because hopefully here in a couple years, HK will be making HK USA manufactured rifles. And then we can actually get G36 and MP7 and 416s and whatever else you may want. Probably not all of it, but maybe HK USA manufactured G11s. Almost definitely not. But it'd be cool. Have I seen Haga Defense A3 Tactical releasing a bunch of aftermarket stocks, including for USC SL8? I have not. I have not seen that. I guess you said they are releasing, not that they are currently there. There's nothing wrong with aftermarket stocks. I don't think I would ever, for if I was putting it on like an iconic kind of rifle, like an SL8 or G36 or a UMP, the USC can. It's not iconic. It's gross in every way, in every version. If I at least the first one, if I got multiple, then the second one I'd tactical out with everything. But you gotta have at least one that's the true look. Currently pre-orders. I don't see them on their website. I don't see anything HK. HDA3 stocks and braces. We got Vector. Gar. Strybog. G3. Tactical G3 stocks. MP5. HK. MP5 is the only HK one that I'm seeing. You need the link to get there? Oh wait, I found it. Never mind. Turns out turns out I'm blind or illiterate or both. G36. Quick view. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it looks much more practical and much more useful than the G36 stock, for sure. The problem the problem I have again is it's just not the classic look. Like if you're decking your rifle out for functionality, obviously like having the adjustable stock, adjustable length of pull, probably an adjustable cheek riser, if I'm guessing. Way better. But it doesn't look like the gun I used in COD 4. UMP? Oh, they don't have it on the UMP in this one. Better than SL8, worse than G36? Better than SL8 is, man, you just drop the bar on the ground. Oh, but I guess putting, if you're gonna do the blackout defense conversion that has the longer receiver before the stock starts, having the stock that you could collapse down might help the look quite a bit. It obviously would still have some issues, but having the shorter stock probably would help that conversion quite a bit. If you're doing that conversion, you've pretty much given up on having a gun that looks exactly correct anyways. So putting one of these on there probably help you quite a bit. Started thundering outside. Desert Tech. HTI. Bolt knob. How much of a market is there for the Desert Tech HTI bolt knob? Obviously enough to make one. I have never met a single person who owns a Desert Tech HTI. Like, I know they're really nice rifles, and they're very expensive, but I have never met a person who owns a Desert Tech HTI. I don't know a single person who owns one. But apparently the people who have them are getting new bolt knobs. You would if you had money to burn? I also would if I had money to burn. It would have to be a lot of money to burn, because there's a lot of things I would buy before that. And no matter how cool it is. But there's a lot of things that cost less than the Desert Tech HTI that I would like to have more than the Desert Tech HTI. What? What are they making for the Henry? you, you could put an AR buffer tube on the back of your Henry survival rifle. No. No, that'd be so... No. No, please. That's gross. Why? This is so bad. I mean, the stock that it comes with is pretty bad in general. But at least it's like useful. You can stuff it all inside the stock. Oh my goodness. That's awful. I hate this so much. There's ugh. Ugh. $100. It's like 50% of the price of the rifle. I don't know how much these cost. I think they're like 250, right? Buffer tube not included. It's just this piece. You don't even get the buffer tube in the stock and the pistol grip. So you have to go and buy those. Just get a 1022. They make a 1022 that has a buffer tube. It's gross, but they make one. And if you get the 1022, you can get like a 25 round magazine for it. You're not stuck with the 10 round ones. Why? Why? What FUD is buying this? What FUD is buying this? Please tell me. Reviews. At least 10 people have bought this. Perfect all 5-star reviews. At least 10 people have bought this and they have 13 in stock. All right, different strokes for different folks. I guess this is one of those situations. I mean, I guess I'm making fun of people for putting an AR buffer tube on the Henry survival rifle, while I have a bullpup pistol, a Taurus 9mm PCC, and a UTS 15 on my desk. You missed everything? You didn't miss a lot. I was just making fun of everyone who's ever bought one of these. An AR buffer tube adapter for the Henry survival rifle. So that your rifle can look like that. It's so gross. It's so gross. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. You like it? Why? No. It's no, don't like that. It's gross. It's $105 and it does not come with the buffer tube or the pistol grip or the stock. It's just a conversion piece. How much does the Henry cost? Henry survival rifle. How much does it cost? How much are you adding to it? $300. You're taking a $300 rifle, adding probably at the low end if you got a cheap buffer tube stock and pistol grip to put on it. On sale. You're adding $150 to your $300 rifle to make it, to put a buffer tube on a gun that doesn't need a buffer tube. So you can put a buffer tube stock on it. Imagine if you could store the barrel in the buffer tube. Can you imagine a 16-inch buffer tube? 16-inch buffer tube. You can have the longest length of pull ever. So there's this buffer tube conversion. There's also, you can get the not buffer tube. So you can put an actual folding stock on it. You could And it costs less. It costs less. And like this, I still don't like it a whole lot. But this is way more practical. And way less bad looking than the buffer tube one. Like you can get this one for less money. And why? Why would anyone get the other one? Because this one's out of stock. This one also has more reviews. More reviews. Are they all still perfect 5 stars? All still perfect 5 stars. Like both. Pistol grip AR7 is a vibe. So this one with the folding stock I like way better. It is leaps and bounds ahead of the buffer tube one. Leaps and bounds. Partly the problem is I just don't like the the Henry survival rifle, the AR7. But this is way better than the buffer tube. Like you could take this out and I would only make fun of you a little bit. If someone was going to the range with me and they brought out a buffer tube AR7, I would make fun of them the whole time. the whole time. Like this one, like it's, I don't like it, but it's way better than the other one. Partly the problem I have with the AR7 is I never know how to hold it. Like you kind of have to do like either a little tiny magwell grip or like a hand over hand on the pistol grip. Neither of which is very comfortable. Wait. Do they have... Did they have a grip? Can you put a grip on it? Barrel nut for AR handguards. Hold on. Now we might be getting somewhere. Just kidding. Just kidding. We went backwards. we went backwards. That's not better. That is... Nope. That looks so awkward. Oh. I take it back. We didn't get better. You're fine being made fun of. It's at least more interesting than generic AR-15, number 8,776. That's true. That's true. I would probably make fun of you about the same amount, though. It's not good. I don't like it. I don't like that at all. I was kidding when I said that they would have something to put a handguard on it, and they actually did. Yeah, just this one. It's not my favorite. But let's compare this to something else comparable. So a takedown 22. What comes to mind, off top of my head? Takedown 22 is the Ruger 1022 takedown. This probably better than the Ruger 1022 takedown. It's definitely more interesting because there's 10 million 1022s out there. You like F1 AR? So light? If you're looking for a lightweight AR, the who makes it? Battle Arms? Is it Battle Arms? It's the OYP rifle. Incredibly lightweight. If you're just looking for pure weight savings. If the pivot was a quarter of the asking price, you'd buy one. The pivot, I don't think it's useful at anything. But if you're looking for a super quirky rifle, it's pretty hard to beat the pivot. Marlin, bring back the papoose? The what now? What is the Marlin papoose? Well, Marlin 70. I've seen the Marlin 70. Not like a lot. I've never heard the Marlin papoose before. How did it, when did, how, what? Where did the papoose come from? What is a papoose? Yeah, that's the Marlin 22 takedown. Two two three wild and 50 bay wolf. Just wait till we have a wild bay wolf. It's gonna come around at some point. What's the oldest school takedown 22? It was a Winchester one back in like the, when did it come out? I think it was the late 1800s. The Winchester 1890. That was the old school, the oldest school takedown 22. It's also the 94. Not quite as old school as the 90. You can tell because 94 is larger than 90. The takedown 94 is pretty cool though. I do like this one. Also lever action, so you get extra vibe points. Why are there no pictures on Winchester's website of it taken down? What, you're selling a takedown rifle and you're not going to show it taken down? What is this? It's also not 22. But how are you going to make a takedown rifle and not show it taken down? Baffled. Absolutely flabbergasted that wouldn't be there. You heard they got rid of the ban on bump stocks? Yes, the ban on bump stocks did get overturned, which shouldn't have ever been a thing in the first place. Obviously, since it got overturned. Man, how many years did it take for them to overturn the bump stock ban? It was like 4 or 5 years to overturn that ban. 4 years, I think. Because it happened during like the second year of Trump's presidency, I think, is when he banned them. And then they got overturned, I think, the beginning of this year. I don't know. It took forever. Anytime something gets banned, it takes forever to get it back. You want to shoot fast like old man Jerry Michalik? Jerry Michalik probably shoots fast enough that he can outshoot a bump stock. If you watch his interviews, like he complains that he he can outrun most guns because he's just too good with his fingers. My words, not his. Uh but Jerry Mitchell holds like not every, but nearly every speed shooting record. He holds a lot of them. His daughter holds a bunch of them too. Lena Mitchell. At some point, good old Jerry is gonna start slowing down. But here, like a month ago, I saw some article that he had beaten some like another speed shooting record. Six, 7 years. Mandalay Bay was 2017. Bump were reversed earlier this year. Okay. Yeah, but so it's probably like 6 years. Because they weren't banned like instantly. Because even when government's working as fast as it can, it's slow. Unless they're moving military units, then they can be very fast. But you have the shotgun, the UTS-15, which if you said that to somebody who didn't know about guns, they would probably assume it was an STD. The UTS-15, unfortunately, is no longer made anymore. Fortunately or unfortunately, it was plagued with problems, as is mine that I currently have. Mine is plagued with problems, but it can work. It isn't. No, the UTS-15 is no longer made. This gun almost destroyed UTAS. UTAS, I think they're only making one gun now. Yeah, UTAS is only making one gun now. So the only gun you can buy from UTAS now is the UTM-9 in like 1,000 different colors. So this is the only complete gun you can buy from UTAS. They still make the muzzle brake for the UTS-15. But they've got like parts and stuff. But the only guns they make anymore are this weird thing. Ready to take your buffer tube, even though it doesn't need one. Very square muzzle brake. Now, these guns are fine. I've not shot one, but I've handled them. And aside from the weird buffer tube adapter on the back, they're fine. I'd rather have a Picatinny back there. Because if you don't need a buffer tube, no need to have one. You're just losing functionality that you could have in a folding stock. Or a kind of PDW stock. You want STD to release that bullpup shotgun? What, you don't want the STD? Hold on. STD makes a gun. They make the STD. This is gonna look weird in my search history. Yes, I am in fact old enough to be here. Hell, you can get the STD 15. There were 14 other STDs that had to come before this one, but you can have the 15th STD. Very good acronym. Yeah. It's not. It's probably the worst one, actually. It's the STD for 15. I'm pretty sure there's people who'll give you an STD for less than 15. They don't of all the things they could have called this. They could have called this the SM15 for standard manufacturing 15. And you know what SM15 doesn't sound like? It doesn't sound like something you get from putting your genitals where they're not supposed to be. That's what it doesn't sound like. Shotguns. Whoa, what was that? New shotgun? What's the Tauros? This is new. Oh, it's just an M4 clone. Dang it, I got excited. I thought they were making something new and exciting. Dang it. They're just importing the same thing that everyone is. I thought they were going to have something new and strange. Like the space shotgun. Do they still have... They do. They do. They still have the gold one. Right? They should rebrand to Standard Industries. To lay rest a joke about their name. So the problem with the STD is STD is short for standard. They just left out the manufacturing. Like they need to stop calling things STDs. Call them SM15, or the SM 1911s, not the STD 1911. Like it's the would you like a jackhammer STD? The STD jackhammer? No. No one wants that. That sounds awful. The SM jackhammer? Maybe. Until you look at it. Standard Industries, STI. I don't think that helps, actually. I don't think STI is any better than STD. Because it's nearly the same thing. There's a reason that staccato is now called staccato and not STI. Like there was another company that suffered from this issue right here. And they're now called staccato instead of STI. It's because nobody wants to say, "Hey, I'm going down to the club and picking up an STI. I'm going down to the club and picking up a staccato." Well, that's much more clear. Everyone knows what that is. But going down to the gun club and picking up an STI raises some eyebrows. Usually one at a time. As people give you puzzled looks. But Staccato, they had to change their whole name. I don't remember what STI stood for, but now it's Staccato. Standard manufacturing, all they have to do is change their acronym from STD to SM. You're gonna open a manufacturing company and name it Victory Defense? Hasn't that already existed? Maybe something similar. I think something similar. Oh, maybe my wires are getting crossed. This is the Smith & Wesson Victory. I don't know. VD. I feel like any short acronym, but make it a gun company. Put gun words in it. We could do, let's see. What gun company can we make? We can make I don't know. Guns and gadgets. Guns and gear. Mr. Guns and Gear. Oh, hold on. Wait. Wait, hold on. We could do Bravo Defense, Standard Manufacturing. It's a sub company of Standard Manufacturing. They do the military contracts. Bravo Defense, Standard Manufacturing. I don't know. There's definitely lots of potential for unfortunate company names. All right. Long movement. I haven't had dinner yet. I just realized I'm hungry. That's unfortunate. I don't want to be hungry. I want to stay here and keep chatting. Has anyone... No one's releasing guns right now, right? Because we're going into the holidays. We got SHOT Show at the beginning of the year. Is anyone releasing any new guns? It's limited editions of stuff. Oh, new CZ Shadow 2? Good thing there aren't already 10,000 versions of the CZ75. What is that? Ew. Why does it look like that? It looks so wrong. It's... Why? Why does it... Why... Why does it look like that? 111. 11 plus 1, 45. Or 17 plus 1, 9. This is the opposite of what you want in a carry gun. the Gerson Brat. But it's got the full-size, full-length grip with flared magwell and this little tiny barrel and slide. Like, clearly this is made for carry. Compact length. But the part of carry, like, that makes you print isn't the length of the barrel. Just stuff it further down your pants. It's the grip that, like, prints and shows when you're carrying. This, why? Why would they put... Oh... Who... What's the market here? MSRP $679? Okay. 2011 for $600. But why? It looks... Why does it look like that? Why does it look like that? I don't like it. From the manufacturer. European American Armory Corp has launched all-new small-frame double-stack 1911 as part of their Witness 2311 service, introducing the Gerson Witness 2311 Brat. This handgun shakes up the concealed carry market with its capacity, quality, and features. The next-generation 2311 handguns from EAA are sure to be a thorn in the side of their competitors. This is a thorn in the side of me. This is awful. Due to their excellent manufacturing quality, low pricing, and consistent availability. The Gerson Witness 2311 Brat is a compact, double-stack 1911 with a 3.4-inch barrel, designed with concealed carry in mind. The Brat comes with an 11-round magazine in 45 ACP, or 17-round magazine in 1911, in 9mm. Reading is hard. Delivering excellent defensive firepower. Standard features include the Novak style 3-dot sights, etc. MSRP of $679. They literally said designed for concealed carry in mind. But you put a full-size flared magwell on this snub-nosed 1911, snub-nosed 2011. Why? Just why? Who's gonna buy this? Some FUD's gonna buy this because they don't care about printing, but for some reason the length of the concealed carry matters. Why? I'm not gonna get an answer because there's not a good answer. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What else is there? A group reducer. Brace? Question mark? That goes in the lanyard spot of the Glock? What is this? Ew. Ew. Gross. Gross. It's like the Wii like wrist strap. Except This guy's got two of them. What? What in the... Why? I mean, I guess the muzzle flip is going to be pushing this down into your arm? It looks just miserable to use. I wonder if this is as uncomfortable to use as it looks. It has to be, right? How much does it cost? I'm almost perplexed and curious enough about this to buy one if they're cheap enough. Just so I can know. How much does it cost? Final thoughts. Unexpected offspring of a kukri and an axe? Huh? What? How did a kukri axe lead to that? Out of the box thinking, that's correct. Probably should have stayed inside that box for this one. Where's the picture of the guy holding the pistol with it? There's no picture of somebody holding a pistol. Just looking at the angle of that. That's gonna be, your arm's gonna have to be like down way far. I don't have a Glock, but this thing is coming down way down here. So like if I'm holding the gun like this, right? If I'm holding the gun like this, like that thing's gonna be coming, like I'm gonna have to be like way cranking my wrist over like this just to get it in that thing. Like you're adding support to your wrist, which like, okay, but then you're taking your wrist out of the natural, like, biomechanical support that it has when it's straight, and you're having to like, I don't understand. Like maybe there's something I'm not understanding here about this product. Also, sir, why? Okay. There's a lot of questions being raised today. Top 5 AR-15 alternatives. High Point? Now we have to read that just to judge them. Red Dots. A300 Ultimate Patrol. EDC. Seiko AK-24s. Oh, we're not getting them. I got excited for just a second. but they're staying in Sweden. APC-9. Oh, picture of the day. It's a cool gun. Cool gun. All right, top 5. Top 5 AR alternatives. What's a video? We have to go watch that video.
It's been
All right.
It's been a couple years since I've done a top 5 AR-15 alternatives video, and there's been some new
Okay,
platforms
so
out there that have come out. I've gotten more trigger.
top AR-15 alternatives. I think the high point on there was just clickbait. High point making predictions. High point was just clickbait. I also think that at least three of these AR-15 alternatives are going to have a buffer tube from an AR-15 on them, therefore eliminating any of the advantage you get from the AR-15 alternative. There you go. There's my 2 predictions.
Time with other platforms, so I think it's about time for a little bit of an update here. Is there anything wrong?
This is also Mr. Americanized.
They're better designs, but they all have their pros and their cons. The AR-15 is a pretty damn good gun. There's over 20 million of them in the U.S. by many estimates. On top of that, they've been produced in such massive quantities that you can now buy a serviceable AR-15 from PSA for around $400, which is nuts. Look, if any of the other guns on this list had 20 million copies distributed throughout the United States, and we could buy them for $400, we'd be singing a different tune. But in the meantime, it's popular, it's cheap. The AR-15 is king. Let's talk about the Squires. Number 5, kind of going in an antithetical direction here, but this is a very important rifle. Invented 75 years ago to be inexpensive to manufacture, designed to be so simple and durable that even the untrained and poorly disciplined conscript could use it. Today, this rifle is found in the U.S., primarily in the hands of collectors and mentally disabled enthusiasts who post on AK forums. Talking about the AK-47. To keep things on point here, only going to talk about 223 or 5.56.
One. AK with a buffer tube.
The way, like it'd be kind of silly if I said number 5, the Barrett 50 cal is a great alternative to the AR-15. We're looking at guns in the same caliber doing the same work, the same role as the AR-15. The AK-47 does it, not as good, but it does it. I have to admit, I got a few.
AK-7
I'm one of those mental invalids who owns multiple AKs. The advantage is the AK, that rugged durability, that long stroke piston operating system, famously reliable. Like many guns on this list, it doesn't require a buffer tube like the AR-15, so you can use your chopper with a folding stock if you want to, or no stock at all.
But both of them that you've had have had buffer tubes on them.
Generally more expensive, generally less accurate, although they're more precise than many of you believe them to be.
He acknowledged the advantage of not having a buffer tube.
The ability to quickly swap calibers like an AR-15 or mount accessories or optics. Frankly, that sucks dick compared to the AR-15. If you think otherwise, then you're living in denial, but that's cool because we all cope one way or another. And the thing is, you got something that makes you happy. And look at you, my special guy, my special little AK-47 guy you are. AKs are rad. They probably put more dicks in the dirt than any other firearm ever made.
That one doesn't have the buffer tube on it.
And they're fun as hell to shoot, probably because of that additional weight in the AK. 5.56 light recoiling. It's a dream out of an AK with a properly tuned gas system. I'd steer you towards, on the lower end of the budget, Zastava M90. Zasti takes great care to keep their guns 922R compliant. They import them, but they don't touch any of the internal parts. Therefore, ensuring that their AKs are as close as humanly possible to what you get right off the assembly line in Serbia, which I have seen. By
There's
the way,
a lot of crazy videos out there.
These were about $1,200. I think that's a great deal if they're still priced that
there was
way.
a guy who,
if you got a little bit more money, one of my most favorite guns that I own is a custom-built 5.56 from the Masters at Rifle Dynamics. These guns hand assembled, broken down, refinished, reassembled,
in like a
zeroed, tuned to the suppressor of your choice at Rifle Dynamics
still
in Vegas by a technician. It's easy to run up a $3,000 bill on one of these, but in my opinion, well worth it. Number 4, controversy slot, and it is controversial because I'm pulling out my pups for number 4. Guys, we're living in the golden age of bullpupdom. We can get at least 3 military-grade bullpups at reasonable prices in the U.S. right now as we sit here
I might agree
today.
with him on this one.
I've got a Micro Tavor 13-inch, which is one of my most favorite guns in the world. I've got the HS product VHS-2, imported as a Springfield Hellion. And it's one of the most accurate service rifles that I've ever tested on TFB TV. But for me, in the past couple of years, the AUG has started surging ahead of the pack. The AUG's already a great gun, always liked it. Easy to change barrels, easy to change calibers, easy to change configurations, simple to work on, adjustable gas, lightweight, compact, plenty of parts and accessories, military grade, not to mention the star of the greatest Christmas
it kind of is in a different category.
Home Alone.
But I
Just
guess
kidding, it's Die Hard. Still sees widespread service. Off the top of my head, if I had to guess, I would say this is the most widely issued pup of all time. I ran a video several years ago where we talked about the AUG kicking the shit out of the M16A2 in Australia's military trials, and while the results of that test were controversial,
you can't put a buffer tube on.
This is a great battle-tested,
because otherwise he definitely would have.
On top of that, Steyr USA's really hit the top of its game in the past couple of years. We went from just getting AUGs and Steyr pistols for years to now getting
black is definitely the classic.
Then the 9mm conversion, then the 300 blackout conversion, and now we've got the next generation, the Steyr A3M2, which adds a quick detach, free-floating handguard, solving some of the modularity issues that people complained about with the AUG over the years.
Is the 20-inch
accuracy
VHS available in colors
as is their durability and reliability?
Because originally it was not. It was only available in black.
Operating system found in most reliable and
in that case, the best color of VHS is 20-inch.
K416. Indeed, 3 of the guns on this list are short-stroke piston designs, but not the next one. Number 3, Be Still My Heart, the Ruger Mini 14. For some reason, there are people who don't like the Mini 14. Can you believe that? But those are the same types of guys who wait in line for autographs at SHOT Show.
We got the FUD choice.
Wear condoms. My experience over the years with the Mini has been stellar.
He just put the Mini 14 over
the Mini 14 in 3 calibers.
Modern gun.
7.62 39, 300 blackout, 5.56.
Except for whichever
it's very handy. Plenty of accessories available. Factory trigger, absolutely amazing out of the box. The 300 blackout version suppresses well. They all suppress really well, actually. And I've shown time and time again that the modernized Mini 14 has been accurized.
Mini 14 above
if you have a serial number that starts with 580 or later. Basically, any Mini 14 made in the past 10 or 15 years, you should be able to squeeze out reasonably tight groups with this gun.
Actually,
sub 2 inches at 100 yards with just off-the-shelf ammo. Now, there are some downsides. Optics mounting, pain in the ass, just like the gun it was based on, the M14. Hot take here, but as someone who's owned multiple M14s and multiple Mini 14s, I think the Mini's a better gun. Sure, the Mini 14, not nearly as modular as the AR-15, but what is, and unfortunately for some reason, Mini 14s cost an arm and a leg. I think this is the cheapest gun on this list because you can get them for under $1,000. I don't think I've mentioned a gun yet that cost under $1,000 unless, say, you got like a 5.56 AK from PSA or something. So I guess this is a decent deal for a non-AR-15, but one of the biggest advantages I've talked about multiple times, and deservedly so, very interesting study performed several years ago where a series of mock trials took place, all with the same facts, all using jurors from the same general jury pool in Texas. In some of the trials, a homeowner shoots a home intruder with an AR-15 in a questionable self-defense scenario. In other trials, everything's the same, but the homeowner uses a Mini 14. Watch the full video on my personal channel about the results of that study, but I think all things being equal, just using the Mini 14 instead of the AR-15 made someone like 50% less likely to be convicted. So I guess passive perk of the Mini 14, -20
definitely a study that shows that
being serious for a second here, I've strongly considered keeping the Mini under the bed instead of my AR-15 based on the results of the study. Not joking in the least. It's perfectly capable inside the home, handy to use, doesn't appear as intimidating or scary to a jury. Give one a try. I can almost guarantee you'll love it. Number 2, and this one's really tough between number 2 and number 1, but we just kind of look at where these guns are in their developmental cycle, and right now the edge goes to the number 1 gun on the list, but the number 2
what is he saying?
Is the CZ Bren series of
rifles. CZ Bren.
I only first got my hands on the Bren 2 a year or two ago, really, for the first time when I was visiting the CZ factory.
He only put buffer tubes on the first 2.
Got to preview the Bren 3 while I was there. That's going to be out soon. Many of you watched the video where we actually ran a round of 300 blackout through a 5.56 Bren, shot it, loaded up a magazine of 5.56, and continued firing the same gun we just shot 300 blackout through. We subjected it to a brutal torture test. The only thing that could stop it was super thick mud that got inside the action. These guns are reliable short strokes. They're modular, accurate, easy to shoot. With the designated marksman rifle version of the Bren 2, the PPS, I shot a sub-MOA
so I can see why they wouldn't do it for AR
mags,
because they do have a lock and lock magazine,
competition,
right?
check combat, using a Bren 2.
And do need to basically add a mag
the second or third time that I had ever shot a Bren.
Take AR mags.
But I ended up being in the top 5 in a couple of the stages out of 150 competitors with it, and I finished third overall. What stops the Bren from being number 1 is, first of all, the number 1's really
all
good.
You have to do
Second, unfortunately, CZ's hit a lot of bumps in the road trying to get
change the
CZ
Mini
USA
Mini
to function
30,
as well as
because the Mini 30 is
CZ. You just don't have the same level of support in the US yet, and on top of that, the Bren 2's been out for a little while.
I guess you could do the 5.56 one and 5.56.
So the 2's a little bit behind the curve in the developmental cycle compared to its peers, especially considering the number 1,
5.56 or 7.62
which is going to piss everyone off, which is the SIG MCX. I'm looking at mine right now, that beautiful, beautiful baby. I'm going to go grab it. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, babe, that's more like it. Compared to the Bren 2, the MCX evolved faster than the iPhone. Sig Sauer is unapologetic about this. I spoke with Ron Cohen, the CEO of Sig Sauer.
There is no way that the SIG MCX is a better choice than the Bren or the AUG or the Hellion or a 5.56 AK or any host of literally any other gun that you can get in 5.56. It's probably better than the Mini 14, but it's close. It does not appear Springfield has released non-black 18 or 20-inch VHS. All right, and the best color VHS is 20 inches. Other than that, it's OD green.
Ron says that SIG's going to continue to evolve and advance all its platforms as rapidly as possible, especially for the MCX, because the MCX is the rifle of choice for the elite military units of the world. I've got 3 generations of the MCX myself. I've got the original Rattler, I've got a clone of the SIG RSAR or Reduced Signature Assault Rifle in use by SOCOM, and now I've got the brand new SIG Rattler LT, one of the best guns I've ever tested on TFB TV. IMO. In terms of modularity, nothing else on this list comes close to the MCX LT. Finally, the MCX LT is fully parts interchangeable with all other MCX LTs. You can swap barrels, calibers, uppers, lowers, gas valves, handguards, virtually everything at the operator level too. You've got a high and low gas setting, easily accessible right here from a front
but nobody's
paddle.
got a bunch of SIG
MCXs
gas plugs switching parts
out
on.
Yourself. You can fine tune for suppressed and unsuppressed use based on the ammo and the suppressor that you're using. These guns are allegedly just as accurate as the most precise AR-15s, while being even more durable and reliable. You have the ability to mount just about any type of stock that you want, any accessory you want, build it up, break it down, start all over again. These guns are expensive, but in my opinion, worth every penny. I always say that reviewing guns for over a decade, probably like being a Playboy photographer. At a certain point, tits are tits and guns are guns. But when I own multiple copies of a single gun, you know I'm putting my money where my mouth is.
The standard AUG charging handle is
to that point. I own 3 5.56 AKs, 2 Steyr AUGs, 3 Mini 14s, and 4 MCXs. The only gun I don't own on this list is the Bren, but by the time I figured out how much I liked the Bren 2, I knew the Bren 3 was nearing the end of its cycle and easing into production. You bet your ass, and I'm going to be one of the first people in the US to have one, I hope. CZ, I hope you're watching this. Think about me, boys. Anyways, what I'm trying to explain to you is that these are my top 5 picks for AR-15 alternatives. AR-15, still my go-to, still my favorite. But goddamn, all these guns really give our boy Gene Stoner a run for his money. Speaking of money.
So I wonder, what would my top 5 5.56 semi-auto alternatives be? The 5.56 AKs probably be in there. This is in no specific order. 5.56 alternatives to ARs. So some 5.56 AK. Apparently we can just lump all AKs into that, because that's what he did. The Hellion, definitely, for sure. The VHS / Hellion. Some kind of AR-18. Some AR-18. The Brownells one is fine. The AR-18 is just a XCR. Oh, definitely the XCR. XCR is number one. XCR, easy number one. SIG 556, probably. We've got generic 556 AK. This is in no specific order except number one. Generic 556 AK. The Hellion. Is there any other? I have more experience with the Hellion because that's what I have. So we're throwing the Hellion in there. The SIG 556. Something else. And then the XCR. We need a fifth one. A fifth 556. Not the Mini 14, because that one's gross. Probably like a Tavor or something. The Tavor, you get to keep a lot of similar controls to an AR. That makes it a good AR alternative. So that's gonna take up the other slot. So 556 AK, Tavor, SIG 556, Hellion, XCR. Those are my top 5. Next time Robinson has a discount code for XCR, you're buying one. If they still have the key mod closeouts, you intentionally want to get the key mod one? Like on purpose? They currently have, which one is this? Yeah, they currently have one right now. Right now. Right now. XCRL standard key mod, 16-inch. Ironically, think it looks better. So in the picture they've got M-Lock. But it does come with the key mod. You don't want to spend $1,700? That's like $300 or $400 less than they usually go. That is a sale. Yeah, they do release coupon codes every now and then. I think they stack, but I'm not sure. Description. What muzzle device does it come with? Mod upper. Fast 1 stock. No flip up sights. So no sights. Key mod upper. It does come with that standard stock. I don't know if it comes with the flash hider or the brake. Oh, you choose the color and muzzle device. Okay. So color and muzzle device you choose. A 10% drop would drop it to $1,525. I mean, that is like a $150 drop. A little more. So you can choose your color. I think what are the standard colors are black, FDE, gray, and OD green. Oh, they might do other colors too if you want to pay more. There was no gray? Do they not have gray anymore? What happened to gray? Mine's gray. Oh. Oh. where's where's gray? But my gray. Yes, my 556 is green. 308's gray. My gray. Where's my gray? Well, if there's no gray, OD green's definitely the best. Otherwise, it's a toss-up between the two. Which muzzle device? The 2 or the 3 port? What do I have on mine? Look at the 2 port. I had to check. For key mod, you'd go with black. So hold on, let's go. 556 standard caliber. 556. Upper key mod. There you go, look at that. So instead, fast stock. Oh, it's the fast stock 2. Wait. Wait, hold on. Does this one comes with the fast 1, right? Fast 1 stock. Exclusive to that clearance rifle. You can't even get this with the fast. Wait. What is the huh? Hold on. I don't even remember what the fast 1 stock looks like. Or you could get it with the Picatinny rail. Put an UGG boot on it. Fast 2. There you go. So instead of getting this nice $1,600 one, you could pay $2,250, $2,260, and then it comes with iron sights. I think it's a good deal. What is that? Like extra $500 and you get some iron sights? Good deal right there. XCR, you love that rifle? Me too. I have 2 of them. I also am a fan of the XCR. $500 for iron sights? What a steal! I know. And these come with high quality iron sights. I think these are the Arisaka Defense ones. Oh, I've still got them on one of mine. Hold on. What are these? IMI Defense, not Arisaka. Hold on. Let's see how much you can buy these sights for. IMI Defense. There we go. IMI Defense flip up sights. There they are. Those are the ones. But you have to buy them separately. So you can get the set of flip up sights for $100. Yeah, so I think that's a killer deal. That is a it's killing you. You can get the same gun, but with iron sights. $100 iron sights if you buy them full market value, not on sale. $100 iron sights for $400, $500. Great deal. Oh goodness. Great deal. Because here's my XCR. I like it. I'm a fan. Running into stuff. Got the short mag in it. .512, yes. I got the giant chunky sight. At some point, I need to get the here. At some point, I need to get the EOTech that has the buttons on one of the EOTechs that has the button on the side. My EOTech dot is fuzzy. I don't think so. I've never noticed it being fuzzy. Although, kind of everything is fuzzy when I look at it. So, this EOTech, I bought it separately from the magnifier, and when I got the magnifier, I did not think about the fact that the buttons are going to be blocked by the magnifier when the magnifier is on. So I made a bit of a stupid there. But it's functional. You can still get to the buttons. Just flip the magnifier off to the side. Thoughts on the K&M folding charging handle for the XCR? I've not used it. I have not had any troubles with the standard charging handle. The standard charging handle has worked just fine for me. So the charging handle is far enough away from the optics that you don't need to worry about, if I can not smack something, you don't need to worry about hitting your knuckle on optics like you do with some certain other guns. And the EOTech is sticking off there quite a bit. I've never accidentally smushed my knuckle on there. So you don't need like an extended charging handle or anything. I also have never like caught the charge handle on something. So AUG. AUG. MP5 if you've got something chunky on there. Yeah, the AUG is yeah, it's the go-to offender. Oh goodness. Yes, I have nothing against the folding charging handle for the XCR. I also have never, I guess, considered it because I haven't had any problems with the charging handle on it. And I do also we also have the bigger XCR. The XCR-M 308. This is a very fun rifle. Very, very good rifle. Although, this rifle will not feed the True Velocity polymer ammo. It won't even chamber it. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about the ammo or the rifle. But the XCR-M will not chamber the True Velocity polymer case 308. My other 308 gun, just fine. But I don't know. Don't know why. But it does not do it. more companies need to offer guns in tungsten gray. I do like gray guns. Gray guns are big vibe. Gray and green. At different times. Not gray and green at the same time. But gray or green are definitely the best colors for guns. Unless you're making like an anime gun. You need the kawaii pink gun. But that's different. That's where you're leaning toward for VHS. But the VHS, you gotta get the 20-inch barrel. So you can get the bayonet lug and the gas ring, so you can put a rifle grenade on it. For in case that's ever relevant. The VHS, the Hellion, is good, even in the 16-inch version. I think I don't know what my next gun is gonna be. It's probably gonna be like a G3 or like a Set-Me or something. Something that kind of era, that kind of vibe. Unless it's not, then it'll be something else. I have been known to be prone to impulse buying things. I have been doing less. I actually haven't bought a gun for quite a while. Like, I've gotten a couple since I stopped streaming, but I haven't gotten a ton of guns while I wasn't streaming. It's you, chat, you're the problem. I clearly had never had a gun buying problem until I started streaming. Clearly. No, I did. Don't worry. FDE 20-inch might look good with Chronos bayonet. Hold on. We're going to Springfield's website now. Oh, enter for your chance to win in 1911. I already did. Hellion series. Where is it? Alright, so we've got, oh, gross. Not the low capacity one. Ew. Green, FDE, and gray. I got the XCRM, well away from streaming, but that wasn't bought. I think you're thinking of the XCRL. The 5.56 one. But I do yeah. The OD right? It's the 5.56 one. They made a post about it somewhere on one of their social medias. Somewhere on their social medias somewhere. My green XCR is there as the giveaway winner. I did get that one for free. Makes me a little biased, but it is a very good gun. Good enough that I had to get another one. I'm trying to think, what other guns did I get while away from stream. It has to have been more than just those two. I got the 1887 while away from stream as well. I think it was just those three. I think so. But that XCR that I won, I run a giveaway, guns giveaways tracking Twitter X page. I am gun giveaway guy. So if you want free guns, gun giveaway guy on X, that's me. It is way more of a popular X profile page than my VTubing one. Probably because it gives away free guns. Yes, wrong button. There we go. So we've got the three colors of the Hellion besides black. So the Springfield Gray, it kind of reminds me of the HK Gray, like the classic HK Gray rifle. Wasn't the recent XCR giveaway for the 308? They did do a 308 XCR giveaway. But the 5.56 I won. The 308 giveaway was more recent. The 5.56 was an older one. That I won that one. Hold on. We might be able to find it. Robinson. I might have to be scrolling further than I want to. I didn't think about this very far ahead. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, so there it is. This right here. This is before I had the magnifier to put on it. But this is it. See, it's got the 512 on there, the Lancer, because of course. There you go. That is it right there. You thought I won both? I wish I could win all of them. I hope they do oh no, I forgot what letter it is. L96? M96? M96. I hope they do an M96 giveaway when they bring those back. That'd be cool. It would be even cooler if I won it. And there was... They gave away the XCRM Mini. I don't think there's been another one since that. XCRM Mini. It's a good looking one right there. It looked better with a bigger magazine in it. Also, I'm still not a huge fan of Keymod. When? When what? What do you mean? What's when, bruh? When they are. Hold on. It's on their website as coming back eventually. But I did talk to them a little bit because I want a gun, and they are still planning on having it come back. But it's on their website. Now, when it could be 15 years from now, but it said that for years. They are still planning on having it come back. If eventually. Yeah, it obviously will take several months from whenever this has been. And this has been here for at least like a year. It is also going to cost more than that. But I still have faith that they will in fact be bringing these back someday. It'll launch as a competitor to PSA's STG-44. Student trademark? Whoa now. Student trademark is trademarked by Palmetto State Armory. Robinson can't use that trademark. Hold on, what was their phrasing? Several months? Yeah, several months, trademark. Taking years. I do want to contact Robinson and see if they have any of their like classic tube stocks laying about. See if I can snag one of those. Because I really want one of those. I really like the classic looking XCR with the tube stock, except without the key mod. Tube stock? You haven't seen the XCR with the tube stock? They used to make the Robinson XCR with the tube stock back in the day. I say back in the day like I remember it. That's someone who was selling one in 2017. Let's see. There's one. There's one with a tube stock. And so the Robinson XCR quad rail with a tube stock. This was it. This was the Robinson. And there's this guy who was selling one back in 2017. Price lowered. Oh, too bad I didn't buy this 7 years ago. Those were made by Robinson, were they? Remember seeing those on ARs? No, Robinson, I think they made these. They made a post at some point, like asking if there was any interest in them bringing them back, which I assume meant that they used to actually make them, but they do have the original, the Scar Trials Robinson with the tube stock. Like the Robinson Armament Scar was the Scar Trials one, and it had the tube stock on it. Which, sad that didn't stick around. Tube stocks are the vibe. That one looks a little different than this one. This one's got a rubber tube on it, but Let's see. If we got any more pictures of the Scar Trial one. Probably gonna be a lot of repeated pictures. Look, they do have gray. That's very similar to mine. I guess they discontinued gray. A lot of gray ones in here. Some gray ones in here. Yeah, Robinson, I don't know if they actually manufactured the tube stock, but it was a folding. There's another picture. It was a folding tube stock, so they were in existence at some point. I just think tube stocks are cool. They're very vibey. Honestly, they're not as like useful as the current Robinson stocks with the adjustable length of pull and like teak riser comb height thing. But the tube stocks, you get extra cool points. Finish almost looks plum on the Scar one. This one's a little small and pixelated and hard to see. I can see that. They probably put a different finish on the military trial ones because their standard finish now, unless you're getting the black one, is just a Cerakote finish. So it was probably some finish that would help it like withstand the Scar Trials conditions. I don't know that. I'm just guessing. That is just a guess. I also don't think Cerakote has been around for like 13 years. Or at least been popular. Plum is another standard finish you'd like to see companies offer. Oh yeah. Having plum finishes would be awesome. But I don't know. Liking plum finish feels like a super like a gun autist thing. Which I did just say I liked it. So no, you know, nothing wrong with that. That or lighting from the particular pics. That's possible as well. Wait, wait, hold on. Earlier, it was a while ago now. There was some Beretta stock that had an attachment for a red dot. This is it. It's apparently a Langdon Tactical stock. It has a red dot for a shotgun on the stock. Not great, my personal opinion. Not great looking. Functionally, I probably works. Probably perfectly functional. Me? The X-Count? Owner of a Taurus CT9? A gun autist? That's crazy. Who could have guessed? Everybody. That's who. That's who could have guessed. Yeah, owner of a Taurus CT9 who would also like to convert it into a Taurus SMT. Clearly one of the most iconic PCCs probably ever. Everyone knows what the Taurus SMT is. Oh. All right. Do we switch out some guns on the table? We can we can pull out the XCR combo to flex on everybody with not my most expensive rifles, but pretty close. I need to shoot this one again. The auto mag. I've only actually shot it once. Since we're 2 months from shot, what are we expecting / hoping to see? That is a very good question, actually. So what I'm hoping, this hope is a very, very wild way out there dream. I'm hoping that at SHOT Show, HK says, we're ahead of schedule. We're going to see the guns sooner. Is that going to happen? No, but that's what I'm hoping. You're hoping for more Taurus products? There will be more Taurus products. What kind of products they will be? I don't know. What would be interesting is if Taurus introduced the AR they make into the market. I don't think that's gonna happen, but they do make one. I don't know what am I hoping for this SHOT Show? I haven't thought about it much. Obviously, I don't expect HK to say that the timeline has moved forward, but I expect HK is going to talk about the new stuff that they're going to be making at some point, sometime in the future. There's going to be a lot of vaporware, that's for sure. Something I'm hoping for, something I'm very much hoping for that I think is a possibility. I hope that one of the importers of Turkish shotguns, of which there are many, starts importing one of the like Alof's device derivatives, like the single shot shotgun with the separate magazine tube. I'm hoping someone starts bringing in one of those. Those are awesome. I'm also hoping that someone brings in one of the Turkish revolving shotguns in 20 or 12 gauge. Because there's the 410. We've got a 410 revolving shotgun, but we don't have the 20 and 12 gauge for some reason. So both of my SHOT Show hopes so far have been for Turkish guns. Let's get something else as well. I don't know what else do I want? Pindad. I hope we get an update about Pindad for their guns they want to bring in. Because they made some announcements and have since been quiet. They're probably fighting with the ATF. But I hope we get some update from Pindad. That's more up to the ATF, unfortunately. Yeah, it is. But I hope that we get something. I hope they tell us, like, hey, we're still trying to bring them in. Like, don't worry, they're still going to be coming in at some point. But that's probably one of the less likely hopes. Not one of the least likely hopes. Let's see. Obviously, PSA is going to be, they're probably going to introduce their pump action shotgun, their 870 clone. That's probably going to be announced at SHOT Show. Obviously, there's going to be more like Dagger and Palmetto State AR types. But I think that their shotgun's going to be coming out at SHOT Show. If I was going to guess. There is, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. In the background of...
Hey guys,
There it is. In the background of their STG-44 update. Turkish Guns MKE MP, what's it? MPT 76. Not familiar with that designation. Beretta ARX, is that you? Beretta ARX, is that you? It does look cool though. PSA is on. Okay. Yes, so this is the STG where they announced that they're abandoning the project or putting on ice, whatever. In the background, you see this back here? You see that? I'm hoping for that. I want the PP gun. Give me the PP-19. Give me the Bison clone. This is what I'm hoping for. Like they dropped the STG project. But there's no way they dropped the STG-44 project so that they could make like a generic pump action shotgun and a 5.7 PDW that's basically just furniture around the 5.7 rock pistol. Like there has to be other stuff going on in the background too. And I'm hoping it's that. That's already a thing though, just not natively PSA. Where can I buy this? Tell me where I can buy this so I can buy one. I just want PSA. You think Vuk and Olcan releasing 25 or 2026? S&T Inc? ST Inc? Wait, does it actually already exist and I'm just stupid? Did I miss it? STM Microelectronics. I don't think that's right. Stuff and Things Inc. Yes, I am still over 18. Oh, it's a kit. It's a kit. First and only PP-19 Bison style magazine kit for 9mm AK. See, okay. Ads, not the ads. Available for PSA, Century, KUSA. Rest in peace. So it's conversion kit that goes on it. Are they all the same price? They're all the same price. All right. Why are there a bunch of near identical pictures? Dune TV series? That probably will be horrible and woke. I may just be a pessimist. The Stizen. Don't call it that. Turn your current 9mm AK into a Bison. One of the most difficult to get Russian firearms in the US. All right, hold on. How much does the PSA AKV cost? So the PSA AKV welcome back. That is a particularly ugly one that I clicked on, but the PSA AKV, $1,000, and you've got this as another $300 on top of it, a little more, but all in you're at like $1,400. And well, I didn't know that this existed, and I'm gonna have to look at them now. But if Palmetto State made one of these that came like that, then it would be cheaper. Almost definitely. Not for sure, definitely. But it'd almost definitely be cheaper. You do wonder if the PSAzen is a separate development from PSA. So if they're working with ST Inc. to sell pre-configured Stizens. So let's see if it zooms out a little bit more here. Nope. Hold on. Quality. Enhance.
More important to the firearms market and to
we can compare these here. The Stizen and the PS Sizen. So we're comparing. Full screen this one. Can't really full screen this one.
To our customer than the ST.
More important to our customers than the STG-44? Not possible. So this magazine here, it looks like it has a slightly different magazine body than this one. So this one, the Palmetto State one, looks like it's got a tab here on the front. This one looks like it's got a little more of a bulge here. How did I miss it? It's posted in discussion gotcha stream several times. I, unfortunately, as much as I wish I could be there for 100% of every single gotcha stream, am not able to. I also have been incredibly busy in the last few months. So I've had a little bit going on. So there's been actually quite a bit I've missed in the last few months. All right. The base of the shaft, the magazine shaft here, for this one looks smooth. This one has the little ridges, vertical, I guess horizontal. The horizontal ridges. This one looks more smooth. Handguard. The handguard on this one has an angled surface right here that's just in front of the rear sight block. This one, I can't tell if it has that. It might. It may have that. I can't tell at the angle here. It looks like it might, actually. I thought that was going to be a difference. Shaft? What do you want me to call it? It's clearly not a stick magazine. Like the body of the magazine, that's probably better. So the handguard on this one, the holes, it looks like it has smaller holes on this one. The holes on the Palmetto State one back here look like they're a little longer. That could just be perspective, though. But the holes on this one look smaller. The tube? Okay, tube is good. The handguard holes on this one look a little smaller. Anything else? Muzzle device, not high enough quality here. It looks like it might be a little more straight-walled instead of flared out, but that's purely guessing, because I cannot tell. So in conclusion, we don't know yet. It looks like it might have some slight differences. That doesn't mean that they're not still working with Stizen here. ST Inc. But it does look like it has some subtle differences. But hopefully, compared to the real Bison, PSA looks much closer than the Stink version. Yeah. I mean, a big problem with the Stink version is the stock. If you put a better stock on there, that'll help a lot. We can't see the stock on this one. You think I may be looking at a different Stizen? That looks like Century. Possible. But the handguard, I mean, I wasn't looking at like the receiver dust cover front sight. I was trying to just keep it on the handguard and magazine. Although this one looks like the holes are a bit thicker. This one's got thicker holes. Maybe there is a little bit of difference. I don't know. Both look different from the real one, of course. Of course. Obviously, the best way to get one of these is to buy OP4, a very expensive parts kit, so that you can buy that. So I hate that. I hate that AK5 specifically. That one's better. They differ in the same way. This makes you think that they're the same. The magazine bodies looked a little different. I don't know if that's actually because they look different, or because like the camera angle and the lighting is just different. But if Palmetto releases one that's already all built together, it definitely would be cheaper. So I'm at least not going to buy one until after SHOT Show to see whether or not they do announce it. Because spending a whole bunch of extra money when I could just wait a couple months. But nobody wants to do that. The stink mags have changed a few times during development, so it could just be a different iteration. That's very possible. Very possible. Let's get a couple pictures of the real bison to compare to both of those ones. There we go. All right. So we've got these two pictures here. So up front, big difference. The magazines on these two are both ribbed. This one is not. That one back there doesn't look like it, but it's also in shadow, so can't tell very well. I need to bring the ribs. That'd be super easy to do if they wanted to bother with it. The handguards, this one looks like it's got a whole lot of space there. This one doesn't look like it has quite as much. Doesn't look like there's not as much space under there. These ones, there's could it be angle? Not with that one for sure. Maybe that one. The first looks like a render from a video game. A little bit. Let's just go with this one then. I just grabbed just 2 Google images. Obviously, just put the triangle stock on there. Get a lot better. Gotta rib the magazine for sure, and not have this weird like whatever's going on back here. The bulge. Get rid of the bulge in the back. You gotta just reinforce it with ridges. Russians like ridges, apparently. Nine by 19. You stamp 9x19 on there on the side, real easy. Make this one bigger. So looking at the vent holes on there, these ones are much lower. These are obviously much lower. And you've got the kind of ridge going over as it goes over the top there. This one does not have, it's very different. Stink mag looks almost like GL tube. This is like a lower poly render of this one. that's what it looks like to me personally. Yeah, big difference on the handguard. Very large difference. We can't really compare muzzle devices because this has suppressor. Why did they do their handguard like this? Like it's clearly just like you 3D model it differently. Like it wouldn't affect reliability or even the attachment points. Okay, maybe the attachment points on the front. It would affect the attachment points on the front because these are going into just the standard AK lower handguard. So is the Palmetto State one. muzzle for this Dyson looks like the real one as well. Yeah, the kind of flare-out muzzle device is pretty... Whether it actually was or not, which I'll believe you when you say that it is, because the picture I grabbed didn't have it. But the flare-out muzzle device is pretty Eastern European. So even if it wasn't technically clone correct, it would still at least have the same vibe. So big difference. This is attaching to just the inside of the lower handguard retention at the front. This is a little unclear. We probably need to watch like a Forgotten Weapons video where he takes it down to know what's going on in there. But it could be, because this looks quite a bit thicker. Because this is just a straight line, and then it drops down up front here. You got the angle down up front. This has got both of these have the angle in the back, and then they go forward and go inside this. It's probably possible to design this where it goes out, goes past this, and then comes in. And that would look a lot better. It might be just a little bit chonkier. Looks like a locking service for Rock and Lock? Maybe. Hold on. I'm sitting here at the computer. I can just get another image. Let's see. Oh, the Airsoft one. That's the one we need right there. Alright. Now we've got another one. So this one does angle in at the back here. That one's different than this one. These two are different. With the Garand Thumb one. That one angles in at the back as well. Bison handguards changed over time. Some have wide. But at the end, same place. Yeah. Just discovered that one. Locking service for Rock and Lock. Maybe. Yeah, it looks like it could. You've got some kind of lever up here on the top. On all of them. That could be a lock there. Like, put it in the back, push it down front, and it locks on that. That seems pretty likely. Or this could just be something else entirely, and I'm being stupid. Which is very much a possibility. Either way, even if we get rid of that one, that is definitely just a different pattern, because this is definitely trying to clone this version of it. The thing on the top of the handguard is held on. I can't quite tell what that is. This one doesn't have it though. I don't know what that is. It looks like it's got a pin going in from the side. It looks like it would like pull up. But I don't know. It's something that I would have to hold to figure that out. Thing on the top is how the handguard is held on, you think? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I can't tell quite exactly how it works. But the big, like, obvious kind of slap you in the face difference, now that we have the same kind of pattern, is the location of the vent holes are way higher here. Like, obviously you've got a bit more room for vent holes since the handguard comes all the way up to the front sight, all the way down, and it should just angle like right there. But even if you move these down, scooted them back just a little bit, made them like right here, I think that would still be better. Because you've just got like a giant board right here to just like color on. I don't know. In a giant blank space like that, it's just awkward to look at. Definitely would still fit. Yeah. Like if you just scoot these down, like it's in front of this angled surface and it's still behind that. It just scoot down a little bit. Honestly, this handguard bothers me enough. I might, if I was going to do the Stizen, the stink one, I might just, I don't know what all the conversion entails. The handguard might be required. But if the handguard is not required, to just leave the, like a wood handguard on top and just not have a bottom handguard. And just make like a janky looking one that doesn't have this just giant writing space. I don't know. I will definitely keep my eye on that though. After SHOT Show is the soonest I would get one though, in case PSA releases one of their own. Enough detective work on that. I have not eaten dinner yet, and I am getting very peckish. So I believe it's going to be time for me to go eat. So we're going to raid out. And I do see Gotcha. Today is Gotcha's return day. So we are going to raid Gotcha. Because it only makes sense, really. So we're gonna end it there today. Gonna raid out the raid Gotcha. So, thank you everyone for stopping by, hanging out today. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't remember, what did the schedule say I was doing tomorrow? Hold on, let me pull up my own schedule. Tomorrow's community day, community gaming day. So be here for that. That'll be very cool, very fun. So chatting, community day, community gaming tomorrow. Probably gonna try to do a longer stream tomorrow if I don't have anything else going on. So I will see you all next time, Braden Gotcha. I'm pretty sure everyone here already knows Gotcha. But if you don't, he's super cool. He's returning to streaming after just years and years of taking his hiatus. And I will see you all next time. Matilda, goodbye. Majestic, goodbye. Take care. Enjoy dinner. Have a good one. I will enjoy my dinner. And you also have a good one. Alright. But, end of stream today. I will see you all later.